All right, guys. I've been up for like the last hour, man. Insomnia sucks, dude. I can't. Sometimes I just can't sleep, man. Uh, the meta, dude. Meta with a freaking crazy gain in pre-market, or not pre-market, but meta with a crazy gain from earnings. I know we're a little bit early, but hey, I've been up for the last hour, so all right, let me go ahead and get this out. So yeah, look at Meta, man. At 324s right now. Chipotle didn't really do that well. And then we can watch the SPY, which I believe is gapping up. We can also look at like Tesla. But yeah, so I don't know if they're going to give me my funded account today or tomorrow, but it should be sometime over the next few days. But yeah, the SPY gapping up to about 460, just under 460. So what's up, Kevin? Pretty Live. What's up, guys? And yeah, man, we've been up for the last hour, man. I've got insomnia, dude. Honestly, I was so tired yesterday from the stream. I fell asleep. Like my family and I watched the Karate Kid with my son. And then after we watched the Karate Kid, I just kind of passed out, woke up, But I got up at like it's Texas time right now. It's five. It's like 5 a.m. It's 5:07. I've been up for an hour, so I've been up since 4. Insomnia sucks, man. What's up, DS? What's up, man? Yeah, sorry, I'm watching some stuff. I know it. Traders and naps go together. Yeah, I mean they do for sure. Whew. But yeah, man, I kind of just like I said yesterday. I streamed. If you look at like the time I streamed yesterday, like look at this, guys. Look at this. So like excluding today's stream, right? So yesterday we streamed for 4 hours in the morning. So we streamed from like 5 a.m. Texas time, so 6 a.m. market time, to 10 a.m. market time. And then we streamed the FOMC rate hike decision. That was about 3 hours. I'm just going to round up to make it sound longer. But so that is 7 hours, basically, a little bit under 7 maybe. And then we streamed Meta earnings. So 10 hours, roughly 10 hours, not 11, but we streamed basically 10 hours yesterday, maybe 9 or 10 hours yesterday. And so it's one thing to work for 9 or 10 hours, doing actual work. It's another thing to stand in front of a screen for 10 hours, man. That's just a different thing. My eyes hurt. Hey, what's up, Cap? How's those animals doing, man? All right, guys. All right, but yeah, I did get my funding email from Top Step, so they did give me my funding. So we are actually a funded trader. Just had a bunch of baby boas. That's cool, Cap. That's cool, man. What's up, Beach? Hope you're doing good, bro. Man, the NASDAQ pumped up. Honestly, what I realized yesterday, though, is that like I have a much easier time trading the NASDAQ, dude. So I realized like I got a much easier time trading the NASDAQ. What's up, Bow? NQ is flying. What's up, Yair? What's up, Liliana? Hope you guys are doing good. How about those fights this weekend, man? Anybody watching those fights this weekend? Like, wait, did I monetize? I mean, I think I did. Yeah, I did. All right, good. So today we got jobless claims, GDP data, and durable good orders. GDP data is expected to show at 1.8% is what it's expected according to Bloomberg. 0.8%. Durable goods are expected at 0% for core, which is the big one. Plus claims are expected today at 235. And so here is basically the rundown of what we got today. GDP data, all that good stuff. We might trade a little bit more too. Yeah, I switched to the NQ2 and immediately started trading better in futures as well. I think the NQ is just more volatile. The S&P, the E-mini is great, but I just like the NQ a little bit more. You just got to be careful with the NQ. I think like one of the ways you could probably do it is like build up a cushion with the E-mini, and then once you have that cushion, trade the NQ. I think that makes sense. Rolling loud, what? Cap. Yeah, so it's not just like, yeah, the NQ yesterday was great because of the tech volatility. Sure, I'm sure that's probably a component to it. But what I'm trying to say is that if you look at the E-mini pretty regularly, right? The E-mini is full of tech too. Like Tesla's number 5 in the E-mini. Nvidia's number 2 or 3, and Nvidia is really volatile, and so the E-mini is filled with tech as well. In terms of consistent volatility, number one, there's a few reasons I like the NQ. Number one, it moves a little bit less per tick, but it's more volatile, so it gives you some momentum as well, which I like. If you look at the E-mini, pretty regularly and consistent, it's just slower than the NASDAQ. It's just slower. That's pretty widely agreed on, is that the E-mini is just slower. And I think slow can be good. It could also be bad. Like, one of the things I was realizing that was stopping me out was just choppiness on the E-mini. And I started trading early. Okay, so they said we're going to contact you on the next business day regarding the next steps. I already signed up. I already paid the express funded account fee. So we're already there for that. And I guess the goal is to try to get funded on one of these other accounts today. We still got like 5 other accounts. Hopefully they removed this one from. All right, so we got a couple accounts that we're in the green on. Okay, so this one looks like we eliminated this one. I'm gonna have to make sure I cancel some of these. If not, it's gonna bill me for like 1 billion of these. All right, but yeah, the Meta up, man. Meta's still testing the highs from yesterday. Okay, we still got time. Yeah, so funded. Feels good, man. Feels good. You know, the thing about it is, like, I'm profitable in trading. Like, you can see by my graph that I'm profitable, you know. Okay, so yeah, one account we only need about $1,000 net, and so we could certainly hit that today and then get funded in the second one. So that is that one. I'm gonna ignore that one. Take a look at that one. We're down slightly in it. That's okay. Let's see. This one we passed, and it feels good, man. And that's nice. It shows us that we passed. That one. Okay. All right, so yeah, we got a bunch of accounts that we're gonna have to swing on today. We got a lot of them that we haven't even traded. Some in the green, some not. So let me check out the big news story of the day today. All right, 2-0. There it is. What's up, counterparty? Fights. Oh, gotcha. Yeah. So now we change flow. Yeah, I like Quantower much better than TradeAway. That's what I was telling Michael. You know, if you guys didn't catch the FOMC stream, we had the Top Step CEO on my stream yesterday. Cool dude. And I was telling him how much I like Quantower, man. Quantower's great. You know, and again, I told you guys, like, originally I was contracted to use Quantower, and I actually originally I liked TradeAway more. As I started to use Quantower, it's just really easy to use. The charts are clean. You know, charts are clean, the setup is easy, and it's very easy to use. I just like Quantower much more. And that's the one I got funded in. So the account I got funded in was Quantower. Yeah, thanks, man. Yeah, I started streaming a little bit early because I've just been up, man. You know what I'm proud of is that at 2 p.m. yesterday, we had more views than Bloomberg. So yesterday, my FOMC stream got like 30,000. There's like 32,000 views or something crazy like that. So that's crazy, man. Look, I'm not saying face tats are bad, but like they've definitely gotten much more popular since I was like a young person. You know what I mean? Like when I was young, like face tat was like out there. You know what I mean? Now everybody looks like freaking 6'9", you know? I'm sure some of y'all don't even know what I'm talking about, and that's okay. You know? But yeah, man. Now everywhere I look, people got tattoos on their face, you know? Especially the Zion Williamson stalker. She got Zion tatted on her left cheek, man. What a crazy chick, dude. Something I tell my daughter, and something somebody should tell the Zion Williamson stalker, is that what's not attractive, you got to look like you got options, right? Even if you don't, you know? So like if you like some kid, or if some kid likes you, he's going to act like he's got all these different options, even though he might not. At least that's what he should be acting like, because you're going to look at that and be like, oh man, he's a desired person. Like, you know? And so being a stalker and getting the dude's name tatted on your left cheek before he even really knows you doesn't look like you got options, you know? Yeah. No, right at the rate hike decision, we had about 4,000 people here, a little bit less, like 3,800. It wasn't our largest stream ever, but hey, thank you so much, Kieran. Thank you. I hit the like. Thank you, Mark. Hi, it's Mark. Hey, thanks, Mark. Thank you, pretty. Mike Tyson. Yeah, Mike Tyson really was the OG of face tattoos. Markets are ripping. Meta continues huge run. Yeah, Meta gapping up big on their earnings, man. And again, you can kind of see their earnings right here. Meta hit EPS of 298. They expected 291. So it was only a slight beat in EPS, revenue of 32 billion versus 31 point something billion. So it was a slight beat, but they just ramped up. Their earnings call is really what did it. You know, it was highly volatile. I made a little bit of money on this. So like me and a couple other people had the same trade idea. Where like we had this big crazy like 8 to 10% move on Meta, where we ripped up from 290s all the way to 320, all the way up there. Once that happened, and then we had an immediate pullback all the way back down to the bottom down here, back to $300 whole dollar level. It was also just emotional. I was like, hey, I'm going to buy that dip a little bit. And so I did. I bought the dip, and then the earnings call happened, and this thing shot up. You know, currently sitting at 324s right now, which is a huge like 8% gain or something like that. So just a crazy big gain there. Hey, thank you, Alexis. Hey, thank you, Mark. Would not be surprised if GDP heavy beats 3.5%, even with plus 4% as dependent. Data was record up Q2. Another great day ahead. Yeah, I hope so. All right, guys, so we're watching for trends right now. The NASDAQ has just been on a heavy push up. The trend is so obvious for the NASDAQ. Isn't C just C-do? OL? Yeah, I disagree. I mean, I've got a lot of tattoos, Mark. But people don't see them because they're covered up. But, like, I've got a decent amount of tattoos. So does my wife. Like, Carol's got more tattoos than I do. And so, I mean, I'm not against tattoos. Don't get me wrong. You know, I'm not against. People can do whatever they want to do. Again, I'm a big believer in like being able to do whatever you want to do as long as it doesn't hurt anybody else. You know. But all I was saying is that the trend of getting face tattoos has increased way more than it was when I was a young person. When I was in my teens and early 20s, like people would have face tattoos, but it was kind of like it was mostly only musicians, you know. That was basically it. And even then it was pretty freaking rare. Nowadays, like every rapper has a face tattoo, you know. And hey, like I said, styles change. Really, if you look at the world, right? If you look at the world, things become looser over time in all areas. Not just tattoos, but like dressing, becomes more loose, and less strict over time, and styles become more or become less strict over time. And so, it is what it is. I'm not even mad at them for it. Yeah, man, that was a crazy earnings call. Biggest news from Pal Talk is that we'll go live with their 6-week decision. They will now look at all data first and not predetermined rate hikes in the past. Did he say that? Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I think if you're gonna get a face tattoo, you better have some type of income source. You better have some type of like established entertainment career. If you're, and in that regard, I understand it, because it's like, hey, man, listen, if you're making a mil plus a year from entertainment, getting a tattoo on your face isn't gonna hurt that, and so that's fine. But like, if you're working a corporate job, don't get a face tattoo and then get weird if people judge you for it, because that's natural consequence of that. Yeah, Meta has been on an absolute crazy run since this year started. So like, look, we could put up a 5-minute chart, and see, or maybe we'll put up a 10-minute chart, a little bit better. Yeah, so here's Meta. We probably here's a daily chart. So here's a daily chart, and then we can look at Meta from this year alone. Look, this is just this year with December, but here's January. So that's Meta this year. Meta's gone from basically 120 in January to $300. Now it's at 325 actually, so to 324. So man, what a crazy run for Meta, honestly. And I was wildly wrong about this. I thought it looked sketchy. Like, I didn't think it looked like a buy. Back when it was like $100, I was skeptical of it. I thought it was cheap and extended on the downside, but I thought that also, like, I thought there were some vulnerabilities with their business, with like Facebook becoming less popular over time, and the losses they had taken in the metaverse. I thought there was risk there, and there was, I think, but man, when I was wrong. Meta just flew up. GDP around plus 4% can make a rally today. Last one will look like a joke. If we get GDP over 4, is that will economy boom confirmation? Yeah, and again, the market looks resilient. Plus 2% on the NASDAQ today. I'm not sure, Yair. I'm not sure, man. Maybe. Man, the Astros just coming back with their wins lately. Did the Rangers or Astros win? I don't know, man. All right, but look at the SPY. So here's the SPY. Meta just been on a run. Microsoft. I know I'm green on my Snapchat trade now. I think I took profit on Microsoft yesterday too. So I'm green on Snapchat, and I'm pretty sure I took profit on Microsoft yesterday too. I could have held it longer though, man. See, this is what I'm saying though, guys. I think there's so much freaking edge, man. There's so much edge, and people don't understand the edge. Like I argue with people all day about this edge, but there's so much edge, man. There really is. Like, listen, you find a healthy company that's been on a tear and you wait for them to have an emotional reaction on the downside from earnings or some other catalyst short term. Buying that pullback afterwards and just sitting on it for a couple days, I would say has to work at least 70% of the time, at least. And so if you can have good risk systems in there, it's just a powerful system, man. It just works really well. Again, this is something that I've been doing for the last year plus. Again, I'm green on Toss. I'm green on Mumu, doing the same exact freaking thing. I just do the same thing every time. I wait for a healthy company like Microsoft to have a big pullback short term from earnings or from a catalyst or whatever. And I get people, again, what happens is like, and again, this sentiment is pretty consistent throughout markets in general, right? Where you, this system's pretty consistent throughout markets in general, where, you know, when you first start trading, you look at, you look at gap ups and you say, oh, well, this stock is gapping up, it must be strong, right? Or you look at gap downs and you say, oh, well, this stock is gapping down, it must be weak, right? And I understand why people have that logic. But in blue chips, you have to understand, number one, is that the long-term edge is that most of these are going to go up long-term. Now they might pull back short-term. Oh, man, look at Bregman with the no doubt home run, man, in the second inning. Anyways, I understand having that logic, but I think the true edge in blue chips is that they're going to go up long term. And so, especially on a company like Microsoft, if we have like a big drop earnings wise, I'm going to buy that dip. And we did, and we made money on it yesterday, as well as the fact that, like, when a stock is gapping up really heavily, like a stock is gapping up super heavily, if it's a penny stock, especially, the extensions on the downside now, or the extensions on the upside, it's probably going to drop it, in my opinion, a lot of the time. And so, I think understanding that extension, and like, again, what I'm doing is very simple in that, like, I'm attacking trends, but I'm attacking trends at the highest edge spot, I think, right? Like, it's the spot in that trend that has the biggest edge. So I'm attacking trends where they have the biggest edge, which is that I'm looking for a stock that has a long-term upward trend like Microsoft, and I'm waiting for it to have a very big pullback. You know, that's when the edge is the most profound, because you can still attack the upward trend, but you can buy it at the very low part of that trend and get in at just the right spot. And I think if you learn to do that, again, the edge in swing trading is very profound, you know, and when you do that, in my opinion. I can't guarantee you're going to make money. Nobody can, but there's a big edge there, in my opinion. What's that? And Framber Valdez, man, he's been not looking as good this year. The tattoos on ears is already a thing, Mark. People are already getting it. Yeah, so Bobby, that's my strategy. Again, I have no idea what you're gonna do or what your results are gonna be in anything. So just be careful. When is Apple earnings? So yeah, when is Apple earnings? Man, the Rangers are just freaking good. They don't even have DeGrom. Marcus Semien, man. Yeah, I don't care about their jersey. They're just good. Fromber, man, he did good. He got us to the World Series last year, and him and Verlander did their thing, but he's not looking as good this year. Sheesh, man, the Rangers, dude. I mean, we beat them over and over again, and especially had that crazy ninth inning walk-off home run. But, man. All right, guys, look at meta break highs again, basically up to 325s right now, 325s. Did he just hit a grand slam? Oh, he did, dude. Wow. I mean, I guess if we're going to get destroyed like that, at least it's the Rangers. Yeah, so Meta's still pumping up, guys. Bitcoin at 29.5K. Bitcoin at 29.5K. Well, the Astros definitely got beat. Bitcoin still trying to get back over that 30K spot. Not really doing much. Here's Apple. Here's the SPY. Again, SPY a little quiet. Here's Apple. Meta, man, just huge volatility. There's Apple. Will Apple break 200 today? I think it could. Let's do a poll. I don't think we did a poll yet. And again, we do have GDP data dropping. There's GDP data come in higher or lower than expected today. Higher. Vote on the poll. There it is. We appreciate it. Oh, man, we're tired. We'll be streaming so much. Apple next week. Yeah, frustrating thing about earnings, man, is that they're kind of like, I'm frustrated with, like, I hate it when they do earnings on the same day, right? Like, I hate it when they do like Apple and like Tuesday we had Microsoft and Google same day. I hate that, man. I'd rather them spread it out, like do it a different day so people can pay attention to both. Tomorrow we have Exxon. What do we have? Do we have anything today? I didn't even look, man. Ford, Intel, Roku after the bell today. We got McDonald's earnings this morning. So McDonald's at 7 a.m. So in 20 minutes, we got McDonald's. Southwest is going to report theirs in about 5 minutes. Valero already reported theirs, Bristol Myers. So yeah, nothing really big today except for like McDonald's and maybe like MasterCard, Southwest, Crocs, if you pay attention to it. All right, so again, we got a little pullback in Apple. What's the best way to get earnings data fast? I don't know. What's up, Chris? T-Mobile. Honeywell, yeah. Honeywell's actually a good company. Like they I like Honeywell as a company. At the time I didn't realize they were so big, but like in my old house, the hot water heater went out because of some like gasket or something that was like faulty with Honeywell. And so the Honeywell reps came out and they replaced our whole hot water heater and paid for the flood damage that was in my house because of the hot water heater going out. And they did it right. They did it without arguing with us. They just kind of paid it all and replaced our hot water heater. And they gave us one of the new like mini like the small electric hot water heaters, I think is what they are. And so my experience with Honeywell has been they're a solid company, but that's just my own personal experience, you know. Again, let me look at our poll numbers here. We're also going to do a Twitter poll. Let's go ahead and do it. All right, so we got a bunch of stuff today. We got durable good orders. With an expectation of 1.8%, do we come in higher or lower? All right, guys, GDP data. Yeah, let me know what you guys think. All right, so again, will we come in higher or lower? We also have as expected. We also have jobless claims numbers coming out today. So we got like a bunch of data dropping right at 8:30 in a couple hours. Also, do me a favor, guys. Bump that like button up. Hit the like button. Hit the subscribe button. We certainly appreciate it. So hit the like button if you haven't already, guys. All right, again, we'll see how many people truly support my channel here, guys. We'll see how many people truly support my channel. Here is the posts. Just at the very least, vote and hit the heart button on this. Yeah, it's just kind of an interesting thing, man. Like where it's like, dude, you get so many people that they're just so rigid in their stance for market activity, you know? Like I've had a lot of people that were like, yeah, we're going to drop from the FOMC meeting and we don't. A lot of people said that we were going to crash this year and we didn't. And the SPY is up big right now. Just to put this into perspective, the SPY is up a lot today, man. It's not a small day for the SPY in terms of gap up. Look at this gap up. Gapping up from 450s almost to 455 to 460 almost. So the SPY is up a lot. This is not a small gap. And a lot of people said we were going to crash yesterday. And so as long as they admit they were wrong about market action, that's fine. But all right, so we did just drop some earnings here. Let me remember what it was. So we just dropped Southwest, which is LUV earnings. There's LUV right here. They just dropped their earnings. They're gapping down. They're at 34.20s here, 34.20s, and LUV showed quarter two EPS was 108 versus 120 a year ago. They ended up showing. They ended up basically coming in line with estimates. So adjusted EPS was 109. That matched the FactSet consensus. And so you can see, but for some people saw something they didn't like in this. Hershey's company dropped their numbers at 201 EPS versus 191 expected revenue of 2.49, expected 2.5. So slight miss on revenue, but beat EPS. Hershey reaffirmed their 23 net sales outlook and reduced reported EPS, but raised adjusted EPS view for Hershey's as a company, which is HSY. It's not really a company I follow that much. We also had Boston Scientific drop some data here today. So Boston Scientific dropped some numbers here, and you can see they showed up at 53-cent profit EPS versus 49-cent as expected, revenue of 3.59 bill expected, 3.5 bill expected. So here is Boston Scientific numbers in the chat. You could also see, again, Southwest reported their numbers. You can read that above. But yeah, the market so far is doing okay. So here's the SPY. Again, we'll see how many people truly support this channel. Again, go hit the like, hit the follow button on the channel. We appreciate it. Thank you so much. Got a decent amount of votes already. Thank you for the likes already, guys. Thank you so much. Shout out to Alexis DS, I think, right? And shout out to Trading Part-Time Cody and Alexis. Thank you so much for the heart on the tweet. Definitely helps. Definitely helps. Hey, thank you, Infamous. Yeah, my pitching squad on MLB The Show. I've got Parallel 5, Bob Gibson, Skeens, Roki, and Shohei. Hey, what's up, Infamous? Thanks, man. Yeah, we started the stream early. Yeah, I saw the hearing on the UFOs the other day where basically they admitted to finding non-human pilots or something like that is what they said. It was something crazy like that, man, honestly. But I mean, I think, okay, I'm just going to go ahead and say this, right? I think it's very obvious, not just by the evidence we have, that there have been some type of extraterrestrials that have visited the Earth, right? I think it's very obvious. And I think the government probably doesn't want to tell us because it's going to kind of shock the system a little bit if they do, you know, so they're kind of subtly putting it out there slowly as a way to ease into it. I think if you ever look at like the old evidence, like the ancient stuff going on, like a lot of the gods, the ancient gods were probably extraterrestrials that visited. You know, and I'm not going to go into a lot of detail about it, but if you take an ape and you mix it with what would be considered like a gray alien extraterrestrial, if you had an ape and you mix that with what would be a gray alien extraterrestrial, they would look like us. You know, I'm not saying that's what we are, but there's some really interesting theories there about like that. And again, I'm not saying that's what I believe. I just think I'm super interested in that type of stuff. Like there's a lot of theories that are super interesting, like the Van Daniken theory. Those are all really interesting as well with regards to like aliens and stuff. But again, I'm going to preface everything else I'm going to say with like, I don't actually believe that, but I think the theories are very interesting. You know. Pop, drop, or no, drop, pop, then drop again. Now morning pop. This is all the options activity. Yeah, I think so too. You watching any earnings reports today? We're going to look at McDonald's again. McDonald's drops their numbers at 7, so in about 8 minutes for McDonald's. This is the last big one. We also have like Royal Caribbean, Southwest, MasterCard. Southwest already dropped theirs. They came in. Southwest came in. What did they show? We put it up on screen, I think. Or no, we put it in the comment section. So Southwest ended up showing Q2 adjusted EPS of 109, which was in line with estimates. They didn't like the result, though. They ended up dropping a bunch. Man, I just couldn't believe they've actually found another species from another world. What does that say about the theory on religion? Well, I think you gotta look. I grew up with a religious family, you know, and so I'm gonna tread very lightly with all the stuff I'm gonna say. I think if you ever read the Bible or other religious texts, and you read it in the context of what they are reporting in the Bible is extraterrestrials, it makes so much more sense. It makes so much more sense. They describe fiery chariots. You know, they describe vehicles is what they do. Like Ezekiel, the spinning wheel. Sounds like a spaceship, you know. And Job, you know, for instance, there's a story in the Bible about Job, and they take Job and basically a quote unquote fiery chariot comes and gets Job and brings him out into space. And there's a quote that I think the quote goes, "For it is he who sits above the circle of the earth." And so this was thousands of years before Columbus. You know what I mean? And so if you read the Bible in that context, even Revelation, right? They say the trumpets, you know, open up the earth, right? It sounds like a missile is what they're actually describing. But, you know, you got to think these are ancient people. So they're describing it in very simple terms that they, you know, at the time, there weren't these definitions of these things, right? So they had to describe them from what they knew, which, you know, a trumpet blast or whatever it is. So again, very interesting theories. I'm not saying I agree with any of this. I'm not saying I truly believe any of this stuff, but I think looking at it objectively, there's some really interesting things about all of it, you know. Yeah, well, Trevor, I never really had you, bro. It's all good, dude. Yeah. And again, these are fun conversations. If these conversations get you upset, then you're just being a little bit too fickle, I think. You know, we're going to talk about everything, including the stock market. We got McDonald's earnings in 5 minutes. Who's Joe? Oh, Jerome Powell, I'm assuming. Kmart's still in business, is it really? All right, well, go watch somebody else, Trevor. Don't sit here and complain. You'll just get banned, man. You know. We also have Hertz dropping today, which I didn't even realize Hertz was still out with their earnings, to be honest. I didn't even know Hertz still had their earnings. Right, for sure. Exactly, CJ. If y'all don't like it, just go watch somebody else, man. You know, a lot of them are just alt accounts that are just creating another account and another account because they don't have much to do. And that's all right. Listen, I appreciate everybody here. But yeah. We're obviously going to talk about other stuff outside the stock market. I mean, we're here for 4 hours plus every day. And so we're going to run out of stuff to talk about. Like, especially if we start the stream at freaking 5 a.m. like we have, man, there's not much to talk about right now. We're waiting for earnings to come out. We're looking at the markets. You know, we're doing what we can. Meta's still pumping up, guys. Look at Meta at 325.70. It's about to hit 326s. So Kmart, dude. I haven't been to a Kmart in years. Kmart used to have the greatest video game section, though. As a kid, I grew up in the 90s, right? So when I grew up, Kmart was the place that had the best video game section. Eventually, they went out of business and they didn't have anything. But yeah, Kmart had the best setup in the game back for video games. If you at least can't discuss the idea of extraterrestrials, you must be short-minded. Exactly. Like, these are all interesting topics. If you don't find them interesting, again, a lot of people are too rigid in how they think. You know, I think you got to be open to talk about that type of stuff. What are you thinking on crypto? I don't know. Yeah, for sure. I'm doing something right. That's definitely right. If just me talking makes people insecure, you know I'm doing something right. Bitcoin, again, Bitcoin trying here, man. Again, Fed now put a little slump in Bitcoin. We covered that on our crypto show yesterday. Kmart was asleep at the wheel when Walmart came into the picture. They really were. It was, again, and I used to love Kmart. They had the best video game section, but honestly, it's so hard for me to even remember what Kmart looked like. All I remember as a child, because like this was still a little bit before my time, Kmart, all I remember as a child was their video game section. Like this was like heat of like N64, like Banjo-Kazooie, Mario Kart, Zelda. Like those Christmas holidays were just, you know, the coolest Christmas. Saying there is alien in the universe is much different than saying they're visiting us. Yeah, well, there's the great filter, you know, which basically means that, like, for even if there were extraterrestrials, for them to be able to make it to us would be almost impossible given our current understanding of technology. You know, so that's, I think it's called the great filter, or something like that. I can't remember what it's called, but yeah, and I understand that argument too. Segan Lane, man, Segan. It's been so long since I've been to Segan. All I remember from Segan, I remember the movie theater that used to be at the very end of Segan Lane. I remember Cane's. I remember the Cane's on Segan Lane. I used to always go there. What else from Segan? I remember some of the gas stations there. It's just been so long. Honestly, I haven't driven down Segan Lane in probably 10, 15 years. So it's been so long since I've even like really driven down Segan Lane. Yeah, Tinseltown. Exactly. Yeah. It's been so long though, man. It really has. All right, so there's 6 a.m. McDonald's should have dropped their numbers here. So McDonald's just dropped their numbers. All right, so McDonald's posted 315 EPS, adjusted EPS of 317 versus 277. So McDonald's just did great for their earnings here. There's McDonald's. 297s. So McDonald's flying up, and as they should be. They did a huge beat for EPS, which is profitability. So like EPS is a gauge on profits and profitability. Much better than expected. I'm looking for their revenue. Their revenue came in at 6.5 billion. So better than expected on both metrics. Better than expected EPS. Better than expected revenue. You should keep that trend going. We keep thinking we are the most intelligent life in the universe. We are probably the Kmart. Maybe. Definitely possible. I don't know. I think the argument for extraterrestrial life is simple. When you look at how big the universe is in the galaxies, it's almost certain that there's some other type of extraterrestrial life out there. Now, it might not be intelligent extraterrestrial life, but it's almost certain that there's some type of extraterrestrial life out there. That's about as, you know, definitive of an answer I can give, but you never know for sure. And maybe we're not. You know, maybe we are the only thing. I don't know. Mallinckrodt, it's a penny stock. I don't really mess with it. Again, 297.80s for McDonald's, 297.80s. Meta pulling back to, around the 200 EMA, a little bit over it. Meta went bonkers. It really did, man. Top is in. I don't know. Look at McDonald's, guys, up to 298s, 50s. Meta finally pulling back here. Not a huge pullback, though, but it is pulling back nonetheless. You can see the dip here. Down to 324s. We'll see if that whole dollar level holds. What caused the gap up so much? Well, there's a bunch of different stocks that are up today. Google up big is at 131s. Meta, of course. Meta's a highly weighted stock, too. And so it's up a lot. Tesla is up to, almost to 270 today. It's at about 268s, 269s for Tesla. So it's up big. Microsoft obviously gapping up all the way to 340s today. Really nice gap up there as well. So there's just a lot of stuff that's up right now, to be honest. Yeah, really bullish this morning for sure. Pawn said, man, overnight went really bullish. I see, just now getting to look at the SPY. Yeah, man, it's a big gap up, dude. It's not a small gap up. I almost missed it this morning too. When I first glanced at the market, you start to become it starts to become kind of a routine to just kind of look and, but I had to kind of double take when I looked at it because the market was gapping up a lot. A lot of stuff's gapping up. A lot of blue chips specifically are gapping up today. So. Yes. Right. I mean, you can call him whatever you want, Zach. I think, the concept of God is an alien concept to begin with. And if you read the religious texts, not just the Bible, but all of them, I think there's an argument that they're one and the same, And it doesn't necessarily mean either one of them is true or not true based off of that. They can both be right, I think people, when they hear alien, they just think like stereotypical, Intel has earnings after hours. Yeah, Intel will be interesting because of microchips and the influence of that. Intel is one of the slower microchip stocks that, it's moved the least relative to the other microchips. Like it's still up on the year. Intel is actually technically down on the year, and that's a very big change. And so Intel started the year off at $40. It's at 34 and a half right now or so. So Intel's still technically down on the year. No, I'm not super religious, import, to be honest, man. I'm not like the most religious dude. Again, I'm not going to really go into depth about that. That's too controversial for me to talk about. But yeah, not the most religious guy. Even if I was, I wouldn't talk about it on stream. Yeah, I did see that, Richard. The Rangers destroyed the Astros, man. They hit the grand slam. I think it was Simeon that hit the grand slam, or maybe it was somebody else. But no, it wasn't Simeon that did it. It was what's his name? But yeah, man, I just watched the replay this morning. Oof, it's hard to watch. Yeah, the Bob Lazar stuff's interesting too. Yeah, I've read the Book of Enoch. I've read it all. Again, I'm interested in the other aspects of it. Yeah, I did see that. All right, Meta pull it back. Is there an argument for a dip buy here right now? Is there an argument for a dip by the next earnings report? We got MasterCard at 8 a.m. We've got Royal Caribbean at 8:20. That's basically all the big releases. I think at 7:45 we got like AbbVie and Hertz at 7:30. So in about 23 minutes we got Hertz. But the GDP data today is going to be the big data that you want to pay attention to for sure. Yeah, I could probably agree with that, CT. Yeah, I don't know if this conversation is necessarily going to... Maybe that's right, Zach. I don't know, man. I'm not going to speculate on that here. It's probably a little bit too controversial. Hey, y'all do me a favor. Vote on the poll. Will GDP data come in higher or lower than expected here? Here's the poll. Vote on that poll. Hit the follow button. I certainly appreciate the love and support. And again, we did get funded on Top Step. We're waiting for them to give us our funded account. We got a couple other accounts here. My big thing is like, dude, I do not want to mess up and accidentally. Hopefully they don't let me trade it in, which I don't think they do. So yeah, the past one is that number. I'm just trying to make sure they don't let me actually like trade on that account right now, which I don't think they do. I'm pretty sure they don't. Let me make sure. I'm pretty sure they removed it. Good. Yeah, they did. Okay, dope. Cool. Yeah, so we are going to get ready. There we go. Make sure that's right. There we go. That's good. We are good to go. Again, what I typically start to do in my strategies is I'll look for pullbacks, and then if we keep dipping, I'll add more, but only when I have like a cushion on the day. The problem is, like, I was explaining the martingale roulette strategy and why it doesn't work for trading, and then I had a couple people that wanted to learn. They were like, what was the strategy again? And I had to say, hey, no, I'm not saying the martingale works. The martingale does not work. That's the whole point of the conversation, is that the martingale strategy does not work. I mean, it might work. Like, it's going to work until it doesn't. You know, and that's the problem with it, is that it's not consistent. We got a little pop. Again, job is to build up a cushion. Same strategy, same thing. All right, we took half off there. Let me show you this trade we're in now. We're up about 50 on the remaining. Just going to go ahead and cut that. So we just made something. So yeah, we're up about 70 on the day so far, 70 bucks. So we got a cushion first, but Meta's dipping down a little bit now. Again, I'm just attacking trends, man. I'm really just trying to attack trends. All right, again, building up a cushion. Because the beautiful thing, man, is like you could start off with the NASDAQ, right? So I've got one contract at the NASDAQ. I'm about to take profit in it like that. So we just made another $50, right? So I can take one contract at the NASDAQ. I am up in this account today already about 110 bucks. And so boom, there's my first cushion. So now I can swing a little bit heavier. I'd like to build up a little bit more of a cushion. So I'm going to keep trading one contract at the NASDAQ until I build up that cushion, and then we're going to scale up afterwards is the goal right now. Crocs. Yeah, Crocs drops their numbers too. They did drop theirs just now. I'll go ahead and report those too. Again, here's McDonald's numbers if you haven't seen them. Keeping an open mind is difficult but important. Yeah, I'm a very open-minded person. At least I really try to be. Like, I'm not very rigid in my beliefs, and I'm very flexible with them. And, you know, especially with stuff like that. Like, I'm not going to say I'm not religious at all, but I'm certainly not fundamental, a fundamentalist whatsoever, you know. And I don't think that's helpful to understand what any of the ancient religious texts are trying to show us. I think looking at them from like a very rigid lens of like, hey, these guys are hanging out in sandals doing this. Like, I don't know. I just don't think that's helpful. And I think you got to be more open-minded about it. And not just one specific religion or anything like that. Just, I don't know. I'd rather not talk too much about it. Not because I don't want to, but because it's a little bit too controversial, in all honesty, to have these conversations. Yeah, I mean, we'll see. Again, we'll see GDP data coming out. Expectations are 1.8%. 1.8%. Ooh, beautiful. All right, so we just made another little scalp one here. We're basically up to $200 a day, 175 on this. Now we can swing heavier. We can take more than one contract at the NASDAQ and just kind of increase size as we build up a cushion, and that's the goal. We did get a little pullback in McDonald's. There's a nice little pullback in Meta here. I'm going to put Tesla or the SPY up also. Here's Tesla. Yeah, so Crocs did show their numbers. Comcast 113 EPS versus 97 expected, revenue of 30.5, expected 30.13. And again, I don't know what Comcast is going to do short term. Again, I don't like them long term at all. I just think there's risk. Keurig Dr. Pepper dropped a beat on EPS and a beat on sales. American Tower Corporation dropped a beat on EPS, a beat on sales, or a miss on sales. Bristol Myers. I'm still looking for Crocs. Tesla dipped down a little bit short term. There's Crocs. So Crocs all the way down to basically 119s right now. The symbol is CROX. Crocs posted a beat on EPS at 259. What a huge beat for Crocs. I'm using Quant Tower, John, and I love Quant Tower. Quant Tower is really easy to use. This is Quant Tower right here. So Quant Tower's right here. Really easy to use, man. It's my favorite one for sure. But yeah, look at Crocs, man. Crocs, really big beat on EPS. Small beat on sales, but a really big beat on EPS. You can see those numbers right there. It's actually a surprise that they are gapping down. So Crocs came in way better than expected, but they're gapping down pretty heavily. This might be an argument for a buy. I might buy a little bit. Let me look at the range. This thing's got a freaking huge range, though, man. So I might buy a little bit, but this thing's got a big range, so I just need to be careful. I started off with like 5 shares, maybe. Might take a little while to get filled because we're trying to market into pre-market. Oh, wait, I think I have to change this. See, the goal is to try to get filled right now, but there's so low liquidity, you know. Let me change this order. I probably can get filled if I do something like this. Let's try. There's just no liquidity and it keeps dipping down. I know I can get filled easily. I guess I'll go ahead and do this. It's a longer term trade. I'm just going to do it the easy way. It's an easy fill. I'll get an immediate fill right here. See, I can get filled immediately, and that's just kind of what I got to do, and it's all good. But we got 5 contracts here. 5. We'll see what this treats us like. But Crocs had a good EPS, good sales, and then fell heavy. Yeah, I just had to hit the ask. It's a small trade, though, guys. Very small. Bristol Myers, BMY. I don't know enough about BMY as a company, though. Yeah, so Crocs had better than expected guidance as well, which is very interesting, like how they're down so much, man, to be honest. Bristol Myers. Bristol Myers had much worse than expected guidance. Their guidance was 765. They ended up showing, or their guidance was 765. They expected 825. So much worse than expected guidance there. They missed old EPS. Bristol Myers did really bad. Bristol Myers right there in chat, but just a really bad thing for them. All right, guys, GDP today. And so here's Meta. Still watching Meta. I like the Crocs did buy. I could probably add a little bit more. Yeah, I'm going to try to let Crocs settle down a little bit. Again, we got funded on one account yesterday. Yeah, we're going to see if we can get funded on another today. Yeah, if I was them, I would trade Ohtani too, to be honest, man. Ohtani's just super expensive. He's great, but baseball is one of those sports where one player is not going to change your team that much. And so, you know, you really need like a good team if you're going to win baseball in the pros. And, you know, I think you know, the Angels have Trout and Ohtani, of course, but if I'm the Angels, I'm selling Ohtani and I'm just diversifying my squad a little bit. I think that's what they got to do. I think that's what most people expect him to do too. Looking for a pullback of the NASDAQ. Morning, John. Thought you didn't like to trade fashion brands. This is not an investment, man. There's a difference between investing and trading. Again, I very like Lululemon makes tons of money right now. Again, I've said that many times, and that's a very obvious thing. Like Lululemon's rolling in money right now. Same thing with Crocs, man. Crocs have been making a lot of money lately, but this is not an investment. This is specifically just a trade. I'm not going to hold Crocs long term. I don't trust it. It's fashion. I don't trust it. Again, what's your guys' favorite stock? Meta pushing back up to 325s today, guys. Look at Meta. 325s, 20s right now. See if that drags the market back up. All right, guys, look at Meta rip. All right, guys, look at Meta still popping up over 325s for a split second here. I'm looking for a pullback on NASDAQ. It's going to be a short day, maybe. Yeah, we got about 300 people here, guys. Remember, we got GDP data. I'm going to put a timer up as well. All right, so it is 7:20 market time, so we got 1 hour and about 9.5 minutes left. Oh, my math is wrong. Oh, I put 19 instead of 9. My math was right. I just put 19 accidentally instead of 9. There we go. All right, so there is the timer. Again, we got a little bit of time left. Bears, honestly. I think there's an evolution of trading where All right, meta bounced up a little bit. Yeah, I might. I'm probably gonna get to a point. I'm down like 15 bucks in Crocs. I'm not gonna hold this a long time. Um, I'm gonna try to cut that and get out. Wait, okay, we're out. I think. Yeah, we're out. All right, so we're out of Crocs. Just not worth it. It's breaking down. We lost like 15 bucks. That's okay. Um, it's not about being sensitive, man. I think like again, you're saying Chris is sensitive. I don't know if he's being sensitive. I think something that like okay. I think traders. I think there's evolutions of traders, right? I think when traders first start, it's kind of like the blood and Crips. Like they freaking hate the other side. They hate shorts. They hate shorts. And I think once you evolve past that, you realize that like it's nobody's fault if you lose. It's definitely not the shorts' fault if you lose. You know, and I think I think AMC and stocks like it have created this culture of trading where people just hate shorts. But shorts give liquidity to the market a lot of the time. So like shorts can be valuable to a certain extent in a lot of different ways. Um, if you want things to go up. And so I don't know. I don't think you can hate one side or blame one side specifically. It's not really anybody's fault. The shorts are just trying to make money just like the longs are, you know. Don't count on a major pullback. Yeah, I'm just kind of hanging out. Again, we got a big dip in Crocs. I cut it. Looks like it was the right move, to be honest, because it broke a little bit down afterwards. Here's the SPY on the left. I mean, SPY popping up pretty nicely here. So we got a big move on the SPY now. I don't even understand why you're able to short stocks. Yeah, I mean, my guess, let me take a wild guess. The guys that are mad at shorts, y'all invested in AMC, you know? Again, what you guys don't understand is like you got to be able, in order to freely trade, if you're investing, sure, you can hate shorts if you're investors, right? But traders should understand there's both sides to every trade. Like you're like if you didn't have shorts, it'd be very difficult to have free trading. You know, you're not really going to be unbiased, only going long. You know, and so if you're actually traders, you should understand shorts. I guess is the point. Yeah. Yes, yes, sir. I have AMC. Yeah, I mean, and again, I'm holding AMC as well with you guys, right? So it's like I'm not against you at all. I'm holding AMC, right? But I guess the point you got to understand is this is what happened with that AMC. Like, so basically, you had a bunch of YouTubers that told you to buy AMC, and they told you AMC was just going to go crazy. It was going to crazy squeeze. It was going to go up to 1,000. And just listen to what I'm saying objectively. If you do, like, don't just immediately hate me. Again, that's very rigid in mindset. But like, you had a bunch of influencers tell you to buy AMC, tell you it was going to 1,000x, tell you it was going to go crazy, tell you were going to get rich from it, and then it didn't, right? And then when it didn't, instead of blaming themselves like they should if they told you to buy it or pressured you to buy it, instead of taking that loss and saying, hey, I was wrong about AMC, guys, I was wrong. Instead of doing that, a lot of them, you know, that would hurt their credibility. And so what do? They say, oh, well, it would have worked. I would have been right if it wasn't for those pesky shorts. We should just hate shorts. You know what I mean? Like in the end, shorts aren't evil. Shorts are just betting down. And a lot of the companies they're betting down on are terrible companies that it makes sense to bet down on. Again, I'm not a big shorter. I don't really short companies like that. I day trade short sometimes, of course, and that's normal, obvious, like okay thing. But I guess the point is it's just two different sides of trading, and that's okay. You know, it's part of trading. You got to take both directions. Yeah, I think you got to grow past that, and you got to, at a certain point, AMC traders should not like to be manipulated. And a lot of the big influencers that are telling them that AMC's got some crazy conspiracy theory where it's going to go up to $1,000 a share. Like at a certain point, you should not like to be manipulated. I know they're telling you what you want to hear, which is that you're going to get rich from AMC. I know they're telling you that, but like at a certain point, you got to stop and be objective and say, hey, these people are just telling me what they want to hear so they can grow a following. Like that's all they're doing. At a certain point, you should not like to be manipulated. I know it might be like a hard accepting thing, like a hard thing to accept, but like think about it objectively. Like a lot of these guys are just trying to grow a following. They're telling you these crazy conspiracy theories that are absolutely not true, just to get you to follow them because they're telling you what you want to hear. If somebody comes out and says, hey, you're going to get rich, your 500 shares of AMC are going to be worth $1 million right now. That's a pretty pleasant thought. You might really want to believe that. Look up what confirmation bias is. Okay, seriously, look up what confirmation bias is. Confirmation bias says you confirm what you want to happen, right? So you want to get rich. You're going to be more easily manipulated into thinking you are, even if it's not true. All right, and again, I'm in AMC. I hope it goes up. But there's been so many freaking ridiculous conspiracy theories for years now about it that none of them have turned out to be true. And the people y'all are following are just kind of like, they're telling you wrong things. And then instead of at the end saying, hey, I was wrong about this, they instead just double down and say, oh, well, I was right, but the shorts stopped it from happening. It's like, bro, a lot of these guys don't have that much market experience. Like a lot of them got big just when AMC started to squeeze a couple years ago. And so they've only been trading for a few years. They don't really understand, and it is what it is. And I've been saying this since before, but. Trend is your friend. Absolutely. Trend is your friend. Yeah, I'm going to have to get rid of that link for a little bit from Nightbot. Let me adjust that because that link is actually an old link. I mean, you can still get the discount if you go to it, but the discount's like 50% now or something. Or it's like 70% off right now. So I'm going to have to change this, though. Let me see. So yeah, for now, I'm going to take the top step command off. And we'll mess with it later. There we go. Are you still on the flat earth argument, Zach? I'm going to give you probably the biggest argument against flat earth. The likelihood that the world with billions and billions of people would be able to consistently fool the entire population based off of that is probably not true. Okay, the second thing is that, okay, so a lot of the flat earth theories, they say the moon is fake, right? It's a fake moon. Why even ever have a moon at all, guys? Right? Like the big argument against the flat earth is that, the moon is a sphere, right? So if the moon is a sphere and other planets are spheres, then it's highly probable that the earth is a sphere as well. All right, that's the big argument. But they'll say, oh, well, the moon's not real. Okay, so if the moon's not real, why is it there? Right? So if they're just pretending, why would it be there in the first place? It's just nonsensical. It doesn't make sense. Again, I'm not hating on you guys, but like, think about it. All right, guys. Again, Meta pushing up 325s right now. 325s the SPY. Again, the SPY currently still looking okay. Been pushing up a little bit. Yeah, I mean, I think there's some universal truths. And one of those universal truths is that people want to feel a part of a community, right? You see this in a lot of different avenues of like everything, right? Where it's just universal. People want to feel like they're a part of something big and great. People tend to want to do that, right? And I think if you look at like the flat earth documentaries, right? Like there's this big ecosystem, like people are selling, like they've got retail like flat earth globes and like all this different stuff. So like they're making money, so they have an innate interest in keeping it the same, like having people believe this theory, right? And so I truly believe that a lot of these guys that are pushing flat earth at this point in time don't really believe it, but they're just so dependent on the economy of flat earth that they just kind of go along with it, you know, because they know that's what they need to stay big. A lot of them have built big followings around it. I think even if they found out the earth was a sphere, none of them would ever admit it because they're so reliant on that economy and that, you know, they're so attached to that community, you know, and I think that blinds people a lot of the time. But again, maybe the earth is flat. I don't freaking know, man. But yeah. No disrespect to any flat earthers here. It's all good. It's all love here. Like we could agree to disagree and it's all good. All right, so we're running the NASDAQ up a little bit. Took a little bit more profit. We're up less now. We're only up about $70. All right, so look at the SPY rip, guys. So the SPY rip still pushing up some. The higher pre-market right now on the SPY is right around 350, 458.50s or so, 458.50s. We just broke pre-market highs, guys. SPY just broke pre-market highs, still pushing up some. NASDAQ pushing up some as well. Market's ripping here. All right, guys. So again, we are up to 458.50s. And a lot of these conversations are just going to be too controversial to really talk about too much. It's all good, man. Yeah, Rounder's great movie, Daniel, for sure. Meta still looking pretty strong. Where's Microsoft? I heard it was doing great. So Intel earnings are after the bell today, right? So we do have Intel earnings after the bell. NASDAQ just broke high. SPY still pushing up. Meta still moving up here. Is this are we getting baked into a potential GDP number? Are we getting baked into a specific GDP number? So again, GDP expected at 1.8%. Looking at our poll here, 60% of people think GDP is going to come in higher. 40% think they're going to come in lower. No, Amazon earnings are not today. I believe Amazon earnings are going to be... Amazon earnings are August 3rd, next Thursday. So in exactly a week from now is Amazon earnings. So it's exactly next Thursday. NASDAQ still pumping up. SPY is still looking pretty strong here, to be honest. Look at this. So SPY still moving. Up to 458.60s, over 458.50s now. Let's see if we get a 460 today on the SPY. I think it's possible. NASDAQ did bump up a lot. Still in that upward trend. Very obvious trend for the NASDAQ also here. Very obvious trend. So look, here's the trend for the NASDAQ. We've been in this trend all morning. So if we look at the NASDAQ, this is the trend I've drawn right now. And I think this trend makes perfect sense. So like, here's the NASDAQ right here. I think this trend is the correct trend right now. But again, maybe it doesn't hold. You never really know if we're going to hold or not. But like, there's the NASDAQ. Still in that upward trend. Been following this trend for basically all morning since early this morning. So Meta helping. Of course, Meta's been very strong. And the rest of the market's mostly gapping up. Apple earnings are, I think they're next week. Yeah, Apple earnings are on Thursday. Dang it, man. Why? Dude, it bothers me so much, dude. Why in the world would you dumb companies decide to do Apple and Amazon earnings the same freaking day, man? Stupid. Why? You know? Like, who's in charge of this stuff? Why are y'all doing both of them the same freaking day, man? I mean, I'm biased, okay? I want them to be separate days so I can stream both of them. So now I'm going to have to pick Apple because Apple's the larger company, but still, man. Dumb. John, I've seen a lot of traders from YouTube. Paid for some. By far, you're the most realistic I've found a true trader. Hey, thank you so much, man. I appreciate it. Yeah, we try, man. Again, I just try to be honest with people about everything. You know, and again, I'm not saying I've never told a lie or anything like that because we all have, but like, I try to be real with people about how I truly feel. And sometimes that rubs people the wrong way, and thus is life, you know? And so I just try to be honest about how I truly feel about stuff, and, you know, it is what it is. What's happening? Economics in Houston. I mean, I don't know. I'm not really in Houston. I'm in the suburbs outside of Houston, but I don't know. Google, yeah, Google's been on a freaking tear up, man. Google. All the way up at 131s. So, I don't know. Everything's a little extended for me on the upside. I'm not really the most excited about buying anything right now. Like, there's some stuff. Like, I'm in Snapchat. I bought Snapchat a couple days ago. Again, people got weird. And of course, we're green on it now, which is very consistent. Our average price on Snap is about 1060. So, it's at about 11 right now. So, nice little gain there on Snapchat. I'll take it. Disney doing great also. Delta or United Airlines, a buy. I don't know. I think if I like United more than all of them, but I also think that these are kind of extended too. Like United opened up the year at about $40. It's at 55 right now, so that's a pretty big gain. You know, that's a pretty big gain. That's like a 20% gain this year. I mean, the market's up like 40% or whatever. But again, if I'm going to buy one, it's going to be United Airlines. I just think they're the most safe airline in terms of like. In terms of just notoriety, I guess. Do you still like Disney here? Yeah, my average price in Disney is 85.20s. Guys, 85.20s is my average in Disney. It's at 86.20s. So we're up $1 a share basically right now. And so, yeah, I mean, I think it's probably cheap long term, but who knows, man? Again, people always bring up Disney, but like, again, a lot of people, there's some people who are just trying to troll. And so like they bring Disney up because they think that I'm losing in it, which I'm not. Again, I can show you my average price. I bought Disney at the 85 level when it pulled back a couple days ago. Look. So here's my average on Disney. Again, we are in at 85.22 is where we're at. So we're up a little bit over $1 a share now. But again, Disney's a long-term play. And so what happens a lot of the time on my stream is like, I'll say, hey, I like this stock long-term. Right. And then the stock goes down a lot short term. And so then they're like, hey, look at this stock, guys. And I'm not saying this is you, of course. You're not being like this at all. So it's all good. But a lot of the time people bring up stocks, but it's like, y'all got to zoom out. I'm holding these long term, right? So Disney long term, I think is going to be fine here, but who knows? I might be wrong. Hey, good luck, Reed. Yeah, greedy when others are fearful, exactly. This economy is not strong. It's being propped up by massive credit card debt over $1 trillion to be exact for the spending. Maybe. I don't know. I think most of the market's getting propped up by tech right now. And again, I'm not really the biggest buyer right now. I think the market might be a little extended on the upside. I'm waiting for a correction before I buy again. But there's some stuff I'm holding. Again, I'm in Disney. I'm in Snapchat. Yeah, for sure, Dev. Disney might drop off that 85 maybe after earnings. I'll maybe buy it then. Yeah, that doesn't sound like a bad idea. Well, yeah, of course they're not going to let the lights go. All right, guys. Again, we're in Snapchat. That's up nicely too. Pushing up this morning as well. Again, GDP data drops soon, guys. Yeah, GDP data comes out pretty soon. Again, what's your thoughts on it? Looking at our poll number here, we got 320 votes. Expectation of 1%. Do we come in higher or lower? 50% of people for GDP voted as expected. As expected. Still got a few hours before, or still got about an hour before the report, a little bit over that. Guys, we're popping up some more. We're at 458s. All right, guys, look at Meta rip up, guys, at 326.50. Meta pop it up a little bit. I'm sure this is going to drag the market up short term as well if it continues. But Meta with a big pop. July is usually a good month. We'll finish strong, I assume. Maybe. Yeah, there's Meta breaking out, guys. Pushing up pretty big. XPEV, absolute monster. Oh, dude, that's a penny stock people have been pumping for so long, man. I just don't like it. I don't trust it, but it has been on a crazy big run. That's a pretty big run. Maybe this wasn't the penny stock I was thinking of. I mean, this one's actually not really a penny stock. It's had a bad year. But yeah, I think this one's different. I just don't know enough about the company, though, for this one to say whether it's good or not. But it has been on a crazy big run, man. We'll hit 4,600 on the S&P today. Yep, you're correct. A big 7 as the market sky high. If you aren't heavy in those stocks, you really haven't seen gains. Yeah, it's been a crazy big run. AbbVie beat and got it higher. It's actually a great company. Look into it. Yeah, I mean, maybe. Again, it's just not my style of investing. When I put money in something, I need sure things, and as much as people might tell me this is definitely a sure thing or whatever, I just don't. It's not established long term enough for me to like it. Again, the companies I typically invest in, especially investing, I might trade short term other ones, but the companies I invest in are blue chip sure things, and unfortunately, that's just not one of them. Man, all good. It doesn't mean it's going to go down. I just don't know enough about it to really want to invest in it. Mid caps lose traders so much money, and this thing moves up and down in huge percentages. And so, in that regard, it's just too risky for me to put my money in. To put it in perspective, you look at a daily chart. In 2020, it started off at $22. By November, it was up to 75, and then by December, it was back down to 40. Right, and then it's basically popped up and down between 60 and 25, all the way up until mid last year, where it dipped from 25 down to 6 in November of last year, and then since November, it's gone from 6 to 20. And so just way too much volatility for me. Meta ripping up though, guys. Meta at 327s, 326s here for Meta. So Meta on a huge tear, huge move up. Yeah, I mean, they're all right. They're just highly volatile and risky. Again, I need sure things long term. If I'm putting my money in long term, I'm doing so to hedge against inflation. And the reason I'm doing it is because it needs to be a sure thing. Like, it needs to be a stock that I understand well enough to know that it's going to be fine in five years. Right, so Apple going to be fine in 5 years. Microsoft obviously okay. Disney's probably okay. Google, Amazon, Walmart. These are companies that are obviously going to be okay in 5 years. XPEV is just not one of them. I just don't know enough about it. It's incredibly volatile short term. So you could trade it. I'm just not messing with it. 15.8 on the NASDAQ. Will we see 16 today? Maybe. It's possible. Waiting to see some pop at the end of the year in retail and M, and yeah. Yeah, all good, dude. No worries, TK. What are the trading hours for Top Step? I think they are. I think you can day trade all day up until like the closing bell. I'm pretty sure is what it is, but I'm not 100% sure. Also, guys, if you haven't checked out Moomoo here, we are on Moomoo right now. And look at Meta Rip. And again, Moomoo, just a really nice, like what I've been using Moomoo a lot for is their economic calendar. So you can see their economic calendar. I can search earnings and see all the big earnings and what they were. I can search IPOs, see the new up and coming IPOs, what country they're located in. I can see dividends. I can see bank holidays. I can see trading holidays. I can see economic data. So like today, for instance, right? We can look at North America. We can look at the big ones, and you can see today, which is the 27th, GDP, durable good orders, jobless claims, and pending home sales all dropped this morning. And it even gives me my local time, which is 7:30 for GDP, which is in about 40 minutes. Very useful. Again, tomorrow we have PCE and core PCE. It shows you what the expectations are, all that good stuff. Just very useful for watching economic data on Moomoo. I could look at headlines and see the biggest news stories in the game, see what's going on with them. This portfolio section allows me to follow different traders. I can click follow here, see what their portfolio is, see how much they're up on the day. This guy's up 60% on the day in WRNT. This guy's up 7.5% today in EVLO. This guy's up 6.5%, or a little bit over 6%. You can see what he's holding, what his P&L is. And again, I can follow him and watch his trades if I want to copy his trades or mimic his trades. Incredibly useful data here, incredibly useful. I can go to Explore and see the best performing sectors in pre-market, after hours, different IPOs. I can go to the heat map and see like Alphabet went up almost 6% yesterday. Meta, up 1.39% this morning. Nvidia, a little red, retail red, oil and gas red. So I can see what's going on and fully understand what's going on in the market. Plus, their news source is one of the best in the game, and there's zero commission in stock trades. They give you free unusual option activity, and they're open the entire time in pre-market. So I could check like the PE ratio right here. I could see short sale data, all that good stuff for Moomoo. And the best part, it's a free platform. right? Zero commission stock trades, and it's open the entire time in pre-market and after hours, which is why I switched from TOS. And again, they are a sponsor of mine, but if you open up an account and deposit at least $100, you get 5 free stocks. You open up an account and deposit at least $1,000, you get 15 free stocks. And I got Palantir and some other ones. You open up an account and deposit at least 5K, you get 15 of those previous free stocks plus either Google or Tesla share. I got Tesla, so I'm pretty pumped about that too. If you want to check them out, here is the link. Great way to help support the channel. If you try to critique them, I'm just going to ban you, you know. Again, they're regulated by in the U.S., FDIC, all that good stuff. They're a legit U.S. regulated broker. You check that out. We're also going to pin this at the top of the page. Meta ripped up big, and now it's pulling back slightly for Meta. Slight dip. We got about 40 minutes until the numbers drop. 40 minutes. Again, Meta at 326 right now. 326. 80s, almost 327s here. Man, Meta's just so strong. Okay, what's up, Zeus? Again, Meta at 327.10s, 327.10s. So Meta's still dragging the market up here, man. All right, so we're right at the top of this trend for the NASDAQ. Right at the top of the trend, and we are shorting a little bit of this in futures. We're right at the top of the trend, so I want to see if we follow this trend. It'll reject down a little bit, but it's one contract at the NASDAQ, and it's small, and we already have a cushion on the day, so we can take this trade, and we already got a pretty decent cushion. I'm not sure, BS. I'm not sure, man. I don't trade futures on Moomoo. This is Quant Tower that you can see. I'm probably about to cut it as well. Oh, wait, we got a rejection. Okay, good. Yeah, again, we got a cushion on the day, so we're still green on the day despite this red trade. And again, the only risk here, I guess, in hindsight, is Meta's ripping up, breaking highs. And so if Meta drags the NASDAQ up, which it certainly could, that might go against me. And that's okay if it does. Again, we're still green on the day despite this loss. I don't know. We got a little upwick there. Is the European rate hike decision today? If it is, I didn't even know. So it's the FOMC meeting today. Let me see. Or not the FOMC, is the... Oh, the ECB does have their rate hike decision today, I believe. But they already did their... Oh, yeah, 20 minutes we got the ECB decision. So in 20 minutes we got the ECB decision. They are expecting a 25 basis point rate hike from 4 to 4.25. Again, Meta broke highs again at 327.50s, guys. 327.50s. Again, we got GDP, durable good orders, and jobless claims data all dropping in about 40 minutes, a little bit less than 40 minutes. And then we're also going to cover the ECB decision. Again, if you haven't already, hit the like button, hit the notification bell. I appreciate it so much. Thank you. Yeah, there's a lot of data coming out today, guys. Again, we got jobless claims. Meta still ripping up. We got jobless claims, GDP data, durable good orders. We got the ECB rate hike decision today in about 20 minutes. So just a lot of stuff happening. It's not even 7 a.m. yet. Or it's not even 8 a.m. yet. The 8 a.m. scrum is about to happen right now, though, in about 4 minutes. So just be ready for that. That might influence things. And our short position is actually, we're green a little bit on our short. We got 2 contracts here. Meta dipping down some now too, but Meta's just flying up, man. Just such a big move. All right, we're gonna go and take half off, just lock in some profit there. All right, we just locked in some profit. Big drop down. We're up about 55 on the day on this one. About 60. I'm going to let this work a little bit more, I think. We're already green on the trade, green on the day. Uh, Man, I am the king of saying, hey, I'm going to let this work. Cut it 15 seconds later. I mean, we're up about 150 on the day, so we're good. We got a cushion. Yeah, you're probably the easiest ban I've ever seen. Yeah, GDP'd about 30 minutes. Are you making money? I mean, I'm out of this now. Yeah, maybe the NASDAQ keeps going up. I was attacking that trend. Today will be one of those days of the market. Yeah, I mean, it's just a lot of volatility today, man. Look at Meta, guys. Meta's still surging up here. Look at this. So Meta's still on a huge pump at 328.12s right now for Meta. Huge rip currently for Meta. Just big move. Yeah, Tesla's weighted about number 5 or 6, I think. I can't remember. I think the S&P weight, unless they changed it. Tesla's number... Tesla's number 5, weighted at about 2% of the S&P. Meta's still flying up, guys. Look at Meta here. Meta's number 7 at about 1.83%. So Meta should drag the market up, and it's continuing to just pump big. Yeah, we stream every morning. We start early. Meta flying up, guys, man. Wow. Just a huge move from Meta. Meta and Google holding the market up. Yeah, it's been a ton. It's been a ton of upward action today. It's not just those two, man. There's a lot of green action. Apple's up. And you look at Apple, it's green on Apple's up to almost 196.50 here, gapping up nicely. Microsoft gapping up nicely too. Snapchat up a little bit as well. Amazon very green also. So it's not just one stock, man. Look at Meta rip. Meta just went to 325. So there's the 8 a.m. scrum. And so we're going to see a bunch of random orders that were placed overnight call some wick action here. It's not actual volatility. It just looks like it because they're rogue. They're not rogue, but they're just kind of random orders that were placed overnight getting filled. So it's called the 8 a.m. scrum. So you might see a little bit of that now. You can see it on the SPY on the left side, for instance. But again, we got a little bit over 30 minutes until the data drops. But yeah, you can kind of see these orders right here. But again, I wouldn't put too much weight in them. Soon the money will go to small caps, in my opinion. They're not super correlated, Bow. No, I trade after the opening bell too. We stream live every day. So we start the stream at 6 a.m. market time or so. And we stream until like 10 o'clock market time, you know. And so we'll trade the open and all that good stuff. But yeah, so small caps are not super correlated with large caps. Like small caps are not influenced by large caps whatsoever. You know, there's no correlation. Like a large majority of blue chips follow the market. So 3 out of 4 blue chips follow the S&P. Penny stocks don't really get influenced by that at all, and they're not really going to move the market either. So like the FOMC meeting is not going to do much to penny stocks, you know, and vice versa. Maybe you might be right, Bao, about that in terms of like money flooding in from one to another, but for the most part, they're not super correlated. Like traders are going to trade penny stocks regardless of whether they're in blue chips or not. Mostly it's 2 different groups of traders. Like the traders that trade penny stocks usually never touch blue chips, and the traders that trade blue chips, they might diversify into some penny stock investments. I'm not, but some of them might. But again, it's not something where you're going to see huge flood of like liquidity floods from one to the other. It's not like I don't think there's many traders that trade both, because I think blue chip traders understand penny stocks are just risky, and so they're not going to put too much weight in them. And then penny stock traders a lot of the time don't have the equity or buying power to really invest or put money into blue chips, because if they did, they wouldn't be trading penny stocks. Maybe I'm wrong though. What a great question. How to do trading. You click buy or sell. That's how you do it. You buy low, sell high. Hey, what's up, Emmanuel? Yeah, I got up at 4 a.m. today. I couldn't go back to sleep either. So I got a little bit too early today. I woke up at like 4 a.m. Couldn't go back to sleep. What earnings? We had McDonald, Southwest, a couple other ones too, but mostly today we had McDonald's, Southwest. We had Crocs. Nothing else really big dropping today. I think we got Intel after the bell. Meta. So this is just the 8 a.m. scrum. It's not actual price action. Like, this happens. These are random orders that were placed overnight getting filled. What's happening to Meta? Well, Meta's flying up today on their earnings report yesterday. We streamed the earnings. They're flying up on that today. They're at 328s right now. So there's Meta, but just a bunch of choppy candles from the 8 a.m. scrum. Amazon breaking highs too, though. I'm trading on Moomoo currently, so you can look at the link pinned to the top of the chat. Looking at our poll numbers here on YouTube, 62% think we're going to come in higher for GDP data, 38% think lower. Hey, thanks, DR. What's up, Raphael? Watching the European rate hike decision. Yeah, so the European rate hike decision is going to be very soon for the European rate hike decision. So the ECB rate hike decision is going to be in 10 minutes at 8:15 market time. Again, they're expecting a 25 basis point rate hike. We'll see if they hit it. Again, they're probably going to do that. I mean, it's very probable they're going to raise rates 25 basis points. Jobless claims numbers expected today, again, at about 235,000, 235K for jobless claims. GDP data expected at 1.8%. For GDP data, 1.8%. Core durable goods expected at 0%. If you don't know what durable good orders, these are relevant for the market for sure. They measure the change in the total value of new orders for long-lasting manufactured goods, excluding transportation. Aircraft orders are volatile, so they don't include those, but the core number gives a better gauge of ordering trends, excluding, again, transportation. Higher reading indicates increased manufacturing activity. So we're expected to come in at 0%. Last time we came 0.6%. So again, if we're over 0%, it's going to be more manufacturing activity. And again, I don't know how the market's going to respond to that. I think the GDP data as well as the jobless claims data dropping simultaneous to this is going to make it very difficult to gauge what the market's necessarily reacting to. But yeah, that all drops today. Again, expecting 0%. GDP is expected at 1.8%. Last time we last time we did 2%. This time they're expecting 1.8%, 1.8% for the second quarter. And again, we'll see if we hit it. We also have initial jobless claims at 235,000. Jobless claims are essentially just how many people are filing for unemployment for the first time. Is initial claims at 235K is what they're expecting. Last was 228. So basically a higher than expected jobless claims number will indicate more unemployment, higher unemployment. And so again, today's data is very relevant for recession fears. Again, we got GDP and we got jobless claims data, all relevant for recession fears. Again, if GDP comes in low, that means more recession fears, which again, I don't think we're going to hit. I told you guys that I didn't think we were going to hit a recession. One of the interesting things, and again, time will show that I was correct about this, I think. If you guys remember back like 6 months ago, I was telling you guys we didn't have to hit a recession this year. And this, 6 months ago, everybody was basically saying we were going to hit a recession. All the analysts, everybody certainly in the YouTube chat was saying that we were going to hit a recession this year, and I was telling you guys we didn't have to, and that it's possible that we didn't, right? And a lot of people got mad. A lot of people tried to make fun. A lot of people had all this stuff. Right now, 6 months later, you look at the last FOMC meeting, the Fed basically said they didn't think we were going to hit a recession this year. And so, again, y'all know who was right. Again, people are going to try to twist it and say, oh, well, again, I think people have a hard time admitting they were wrong. But again, it's looking like we're not going to hit a recession this year. I think banks look incredibly resilient. I do think we're extended on the upside. So it's not like I'm just permanently bullish. I think I'm not buying up a bunch of stuff right now because I think we could be a little bit too high. But in terms of recession fears, I just don't think we're there. I don't think we're going to hit it. And I think the market's looking incredibly resilient over the last 6 to 8 months. And banks have gotten better too. So again, maybe it's a little premature. We'll see what the GDP data shows up as. Yeah, but I mean, financial, you were the ones telling me that we were going to hit a recession this year. And so I'm sure your bias is on the other side because you were wrong there. And again, you've been coming out saying the numbers are manipulated, which is typically what people say when they were wrong. And so again, no offense there, but that's my stance on that also. And it's not that I said, I think people understood exactly what I said, which is that I didn't think we were going to hit a recession this year. And I think that was very self-evident. Again, people got weird, but inflation is still high in Europe, but the rate is tricky because each country has a different inflation rate and affects them differently. Yeah, for sure. I understand that too. Yeah, I don't know about Neo. Again, Bitcoin's still at 29.5K. Meta's still pushing up, guys. Meta at 329 right now, just broke the pre-market high again. And again, financial, we could agree to disagree. It's all good, man. No worries. But again, you were one of the ones that were saying that we were definitely going to hit a recession this year, and that anybody that didn't think we were had their eyes closed, I think you said, or something. But again, it's all good. We can agree to disagree there. I guess one thing I'm noticing financial is that you're consistently bearish despite the market pushing up, and when you're basically bearish ahead of these big economic releases, and then when the market goes up from these economic releases, then you say the numbers were manipulated or that the numbers were wrong. And so I guess the point is the market's been going like this when you keep saying the market's going to go down, and it's fine to have that view. Just don't get mad at me when I was correct about it, I guess is the point. You've been pretty bearish every economic release over the last couple of months, and I have the logs for it, financial. I mean, I know you're not. I mean, it's all good, bro. Listen, again, it's fine to be bearish, guys. But if the market pushes up, you got to say, hey, I was wrong. Like me on Tesla. Tesla was at $100. I thought it was sketchy at $100. You hear me say every day, I was wildly wrong about Tesla. Honestly, I was wildly wrong about Meta. And I think to have credibility in the market, you got to admit you're wrong sometimes. And I see a lot of people that just never do. They bet the downside, the market rips up, You fight the trend, you lose. Yeah, I mean, it's a sketchy trend. No, it's all good, financial. I'm not mad at you either, bro. It's all good, dude. Day trading does not work for me. I was wrong. Thinking Sykes was a great trader. Johnny coming out with the greatest quote of the day. Hey, we got 3 minutes until the ECB rate hike decision. No, I think there's a difference between saying it's possible and saying that it's possible when everybody else says it's impossible, right? When everybody else is saying, hey, it's impossible that we don't hit a recession this year. And I say, no, I think it's definitely possible we don't hit a recession this year. That's the minority view for sure. And so I'm not saying it was a call or whatever, or I guess I am, because again, I took the lesser traveled route there and was in the end it was correct, and I think that's a very obvious thing. And again, obviously you took the other side of that and were wrong, and so that's where your bias is going to be. And again, it's all good, but like, let's just call a spade here for a second. Anyways, and again, we can agree to disagree. It's all good. I'm going to cover the rate hike decision now. We got 2 minutes before the ECB rate hike decision. I don't know how much this is really going to influence the market like that. Less numbers are eating. Chipotle missed on numbers. Yeah, I saw Chipotle drop. But again, 25 basis point rate hike for the ECB decision here. We still got about 20 minutes before the actual GDP numbers. I like Chipotle. Yeah, it's all good financial. Like, again, we can agree to disagree, man. All good, bro. Again, finally starting to dip a little bit in Meta. And again, I guess you guys got to understand where my bias is. I see people all the time that are very bearish, right? And I'm usually not bearish. I'm usually the other side. And so then they're very bearish. And then the market goes like this, and then instead of being like, hey, man, I was wrong about my bearish sentiment, they're just kind of quiet, or sometimes they act like they were never bearish to begin with. And that's fine. But like, again, it's all good. It's all good. Do you think Disney is going to beat earnings this time around? I don't know, man. I don't know. Disney could. I think it's tricky. I think Disney's tricky. We're at 329.75s. When the government has to come in to make changes to the financial system they were in. Yeah, I mean, I know we hit the technical definition of recession, but that was like a year ago. And again, we bounced back pretty heavily since then. Yeah, Parker, I've never seen you before, man. So, I mean, suspect. Yeah, I feel you. All right, here's the decision right now, guys. We got 12 minutes. 12 minutes. All right, we got 12 seconds. Now we got 1 second. All right, so here's the report. I'm pretty sure. Let's see what the market does. Let's see if the market actually reacts to it. Again, I'm pretty sure they're going to do 25 basis points. It's very similar to the US, where like if they do 25 basis point predictions, and it's pretty probable that that's what they're going to get. Yeah, as expected is what I thought. And again, it didn't really move the market at all. Yeah, I mean, Fred, and again, I think it's important for people to understand my bias here. Like, so if y'all were me, right, and y'all are running a YouTube channel and you're telling everybody that, like, you think the market certainly could continue pushing up, that you think that it's certainly possible that we're not going to hit a recession when everybody else is saying we are, and then taking the very lesser traveled route, when you're right, you're definitely going to bring up the fact that you were right about it without question. Like that's just kind of obvious reaction to that. Now, of course, we've had a lot of people that have taken incredibly bearish stances, over the last 2 years, over the last year, really. And a lot of them were wrong, and the market has basically, again, just kept pushing and kept pushing and kept pushing. And so I think at a certain point, I'm bearish as well. But like, I think I got to celebrate my wins when I get them. And so y'all are certainly going to see me celebrate my wins. And if one of my wins was saying, hey, I didn't think that I thought that was certainly possible. We were working to hit a recession this year when all the major analysts and banks thought we were. I'm going to celebrate that win when I get it, And if y'all don't like it, y'all can leave. It's okay. Yeah, for sure. And again, I wouldn't really call myself a perma bull, but like, again, I think the biggest edge in the market is long-term stocks are going to go up. Blue chips specifically, not penny stocks. Penny stocks are going to go down. ECB crashed the dollar, not much of a reaction. Yeah, I mean, I didn't think we would react that much. The ECB decision is kind of an afterthought to the FOMC decision we had yesterday. You know what I mean? And again, I don't know about Disney. Again, I think there were some disappointing numbers for like specifically Marvel, and I think that might influence their bottom line on the downside. So Disney earnings, I'm a little bit more hesitant with. You know, Neo. Yeah, I think Disney World's still probably doing pretty good. Neo at 1380s. So again, Neo, man, see with Neo, I don't know enough about the company to really say if it's going to be a true competitor to Tesla. I know it's mostly overseas market, and I know it's dropped a lot over the last like couple years, if I'm not mistaken, right? Yeah, so the last year it's gone from basically 20s to 10s. Now it's at 13s, and it was much higher at one point at almost 67. But like, I don't know enough about it to really like it long term, and I definitely don't know if it's a sure thing. Again, I'm not saying it's not. I just don't know. I don't know. Reduced economic activity. Yeah. Um, Thoughts on Ford? Don't they drop earnings today? Is it today or tomorrow? Ford's up. I like Ford long term. I think Ford's obviously going to be fine long term for the most part. Um, but my question is in terms of extension on the upside for it and range enough to be justifiable to bet on, I guess, if that makes sense. Um, you're bullish because they're a sponsor of yours and they pay you. What? I'm bullish because the biggest statistical edge long term is that blue chip stocks are going to go up. The S&P 500 is going to go up long term. That's the biggest bias I have in the market. In day trading, I short very often. Like the last trade I got into in the Nasdaq was short, and we're slightly green. We're up like 130 on day trading terms. Currently, in my actual stock trades, I'm holding Snapchat, I'm holding gold, I'm holding Disney, and I'm holding AMC is what I'm holding right now. That's my portfolio on TOS. I'm also holding Walgreens right now, which I think is up. Let me see. I don't know enough about Tupperware to really like it or dislike it, to be honest. Uh, um, Financial, you're still trying to argue, man. Let's just like enough, man. Enough, dude. It's like it's all good, man. Let's just move on, dude. Not worth clouding up my chat with arguments about it, man. Let's see what else we got. Again, I'm watching better right now. We got 8 minutes. 8 minutes here, team. Is GDP coming out good for the US dollar? Typically, there's going to be an inverse correlation with market activity in the dollar, right? So, like, I would assume if GDP data comes in higher than expected, the dollar is going to drop. But again, it's just an assumption. I'm not really 100% sure either way, and I'm really not sure what we're going to get in that regard. So I don't know. Let me know what you guys think. Do you guys think we're going to come in higher or lower? And do you think there's going to be a positive correlation with the S&P and GDP? I think there probably is. I think if GDP comes in higher, the dollar is going to go down, but the markets are probably going to go up. So again, let me know what you guys think. I really don't know. All right, so Meta pulling back to 328s, guys. 328s. We still got about 6 minutes left. All right, guys, SPY at 458. Let's see how much is influenced by Meta as well. And again, GDP data comes out. We're going to put like the dollar index up as well pretty soon. Looks like McDonald's had good earnings. Yeah, they had great earnings. They did way better than expected for sure. Well, yeah, I mean, if it's higher, then it's worse. It's worse inflation fears, but better for recession fears if GDP is higher. If GDP is lower, it is better for inflation problems, but worse for recession fears, which, you know, and again, so in that regard, we don't really know how the market's going to respond to this, guys. We really have no idea how the market's going to respond, whether it's going to go up, down, or sideways. We really don't know. Yeah, thank you, Brent. Thank you so much, man. Yeah, financial. You keep bringing the same thing up, man. Again, after I asked you not to, we're just gonna put you in timeout for now, dude. So really, all these news serve. Yeah, we'll see. Again, there's a lot of stuff dropping. There's durable good orders. There's jobless claims, and there's GDP data, all dropping right on the dot. So it's important to pay attention to. Yeah, again, I don't know what we're going to get, but I know expectations for GDP are 1.8%, guys, 1.8%. And again, I don't know if we're going to hit that or not. I know there's some other ones that are expecting 2%. I know it's all relevant for inflation problems. And so in that regard, you know, we'll see what it shows. But let me know what you guys think. Again, we're at 328.75 for Meta, 328.75. Again, we got 3 minutes here, 2.5 minutes exactly. Again, jobless claims are expected at 235,000, and then the durable good orders are expected at 0%. Guys, 0% for durable goods. No. Consumers will be spending until they max out other cards. Yeah, hey, we got 2 minutes. 2 minutes left. Got about 800 people here. So y'all be ready. Again, I'm going to throw it in sub-only mode as well. That should get rid of... All right, guys, 2 minutes left. About a minute and a half left. Again, Meta's consolidating a little bit. Here's the SPY. I'm going to take Meta off the screen, and I'm going to put up, like, the Q. We're also going to watch the dollar index as well here. So here is the Q. Q's been really strong today, too, with techs increases. So... All right, here's the data, guys. Less than a minute, 50 seconds, 50 seconds. Again, we got PCE data tomorrow, too. All right, here goes the release, guys. 20 seconds, 20 seconds. Again, we got a couple different ones up, but be ready. Again, 1.8% is what's expected here. 1.8%. We got all the data. 8 seconds, guys. 8 seconds. Hit the live button next to the play button. Make sure you're fully caught up on stream if you haven't already, guys. Hit the live button next to the play button. See if you're fully caught up. All right, so durable good orders came in at 4.7%. Core durable goods came in at 0.6%. 0.6% for core durable good orders, much higher than expected. You can see the Q pop up here. We're waiting for the GDP data release here. Waiting for GDP, but durable good orders came in much higher. GDP came in at 2.4%. 2.4% for GDP data, much higher than expected. 2.4% versus 1.8% expected. Again, market's looking much better. Now, will this trigger inflation fears? Guys, will this trigger inflation fears? I don't know. But 2.4% for GDP data. Again, hit the subscribe button. We covered this data quickly. 2.4%. So again, very interesting here. Very interesting. 2.4%. Guys, for GDP data. Now, let's see if the Spurs bullish action in the market right now, guys. Let's see if the Spurs bullish action. 2.4%. Jobless claims numbers, guys. Jobless claims numbers showed up at 221, so under expectation as well. So again, what we are seeing right now from this report, guys, we are seeing higher employment, lower unemployment, basically, higher GDP data. So all in terms of economic growth, the market is looking much better than expected in terms of economic growth, guys. Much better than expected. And again, we'll see if we continue. Again, pull it back to 382.70s on the Q. So again, the question is, does the market fear more inflation or recession right now? I think this is showing economic growth is here. You know, recession fears are low. The question now is, do we pivot to more inflation fears at this point in time because of the big economic growth that we've seen from this? That's the real test here. Do we start fearing inflation more? And again, that's what these numbers show. If you're fearing inflation, these are all bad numbers because these means more economic growth. GDP coming in high, jobless numbers coming in low. Again, durable good orders showing economic growth as well. So growth in manufacturing. So the durable good orders data shows growth in manufacturing here. So again, all of this stuff came in better than expected for specifically economic growth and manufacturing. And again, we're going to put all this data up on screen. We got about 1,000 people here. That's what these numbers mean, economic growth. Now, if we're fearing inflation, economic growth isn't necessarily a good thing. It's not necessarily a good thing. But, if we are fearing a recession, then this is great numbers. This is great numbers. So it's very unlikely that we're going to hit a recession this year based off of these numbers, in my opinion. Very unlikely. And again, we had the prelim PCE data at 3.8% as well. So that's showing pretty good numbers also. But yeah, GDP numbers coming in. Where's the jobless numbers? There's jobless numbers. Again, jobless numbers coming in low as well, 221 versus 235 expected here. So all of these were good. All of these were good. I think we still got some stuff later on today. I'll have to go back and check. But here's the release right there. You can see the numbers right there on the bottom of the screen. Let me check this other data. So yeah, today after this, we still have pending home sales at 10 a.m. And we got the ECB press conference in 12 minutes also. We're not going to stream it, but 25 basis points was the rate hike they showed. Well, it depends on how you look at it. Growth is conventionally good, but if you're fearing inflation, growth is not good. But again, I don't know. Inflation has gotten consistently better over time, but the big question is, how much is the market fearing inflation? Right? That's the real question. And what this data shows is that the market's starting to like it. SPY's popping up a little bit. So economic growth is here. Is the bull market back? I think so. All right, look at that pop. So again, SPY ripping up, Q pushing up as well. Getting some moves here. Yeah, market's flying. Again, Q pushing up more, SPY pushing up more. Again, all this triggers economic growth sentiment. Again, GDP coming in much higher at 2.4% versus 1.8%. Hey, nice Shepherd. I don't think recession fears are very high as well. I mean, again, if recession fears were here, the market would. Again, if recession fears were truly here, right? If it was really likely that we were going to hit a recession, number one, the FOMC would have said that yesterday, as well as you would see banks struggle. If you look at JP Morgan, if you look at, JP Morgan's almost at 160. It was at 140s back. It was at 140 at the beginning of this month, right? It's at almost 160s right now. If you look at a daily chart for JP Morgan, Bank of America, Wells Fargo, they're all looking much better. Wells Fargo technically green on the year. Bank of America slightly red. JP Morgan's green on the year. Citigroup is slightly red, but they're definitely showing more resilience now than they did at the beginning of the year. And so I think in terms of recession fears, there's not many right now. Now it's still possible we hit a recession, but it's unlikely. Yeah. So far, positive reaction, which means the market, back to convention with economic growth stimulating the equities market. And again, if you haven't already, check out TopStep, man. We got funded yesterday. We're waiting for them to deliver our funded account, but we did get funded. We've traded a little bit today, and you can see we've had kind of some swings on the NASDAQ, but we are green on the day as well, up about 130 currently. TopStep's a funded account program, so if you want to day trade these economic releases like I do, you can day trade in the futures market, and there's no PDT rule, and you can day trade the SPY on the left side here. In futures, no PDT restrictions. If you try to do the same thing in stocks, you need at least 25K. In futures, they allow these funded account programs, and there's no PDT rule. So you can day trade the S&P, day trade the NASDAQ, day trade currencies, day trade gold and silver, and there's no PDT restrictions. And TopStep is the most legit funded program in the world. They pay out millions, fund thousands of traders a year in actual, pay out millions in actual withdrawals every year. And again, they're just the most legit. They've been around for over 10 years. They're super cheap right now at $49. And for $49, they're going to give you a 50K demo. If you can hit 3K in profit on that demo without losing 2K, they fund you. And that's what we got funded in yesterday. We're going to try to get funded in our 150K combine today, as well as we're waiting on that funded account to get delivered. But once you're funded, there's a 90% split. And you get to keep your first $10,000 in profit as well. So if you think about it, limited risk at 49 bucks. If you lose, you're down 49 bucks. It's not the end of the world. But if you could pass it, you still get to keep your first 10K in profit, and there's a 90% split afterwards. So it's the best of both worlds. Limited risk, you can day trade actively, and if you're good enough to pass it, then then the split's basically the same as you would be putting up the money yourself. And so if you want to check out the link, great way to help support the channel. They are a sponsor of mine. I'm biased in their favor for sure because they pay me money. But again, very useful. Again, what will the market do with the opening bell, guys? Let me know. I'm going to go ahead and end this poll and then do another one here. Again, the higher votes were right. So again, there's the higher votes. Again, the question for this next poll is, does PCE data come in higher or lower tomorrow? Again, PCE data is the personal consumption expenditure. It's an inflationary gauge. So it's what the Fed actually prefers to use to gauge inflation. It has to be a minimum of 2 per. It has to be a minimum of 2. I'm in the consumer packing biz. There's no recession. Yeah, I mean, the recession is looking just unlikely. Again, I think bears hold on to that sentiment too long. And I think it's fine to be bearish, but like, again, the big shorts got just everybody thinking the market's going to crash every year. And again, I think it's fine if you bet that and then you're wrong and then you admit you're wrong. But I think if you just kind of hold on to it and then argue with the people who basically said that we were going to go up, it just kind of creates this toxic aspect of it. Like, again, I'm not trying to bring up the financial fight guy anymore, but like, I never make any definitive statements, right? So me saying, hey, it's possible that we go through the year without hitting a recession, even though I didn't definitively say we were going to, I don't ever definitively say anything. And again, I think at this point in time, it's very likely that we're not going to hit a recession this year, at least, maybe next year. But again, it depends on how bad inflation gets. Again, the PCE data tomorrow will be the true tell of that. It'll be the true gauge of that. PCE, the Fed, so CPI is the most watched retail inflationary gauge, right? It stands for the Consumer Price Index. It gauges inflation. Now, that's the most watched and most reacted to inflationary gauge, but the one the Fed and Jerome Powell and the FOMC committee, the one that they actually like the most and the one that they think is the most true gauge of inflation is called the PCE deflator, personal consumption expenditure index. That drops tomorrow at 8:30. Okay, go ahead and try it, man. Again, they're a sponsor of mine. I'm biased in their favor, OG. Please don't spam. Well, now that we actually got the data out the way, financial, I was just trying to respond to what you brought up many times. You know what I mean? And to be honest, man, you're right on the cusp of getting banned. You're just pretty argumentative, brother. You're just really argumentative, And it's fine to make all the bearish predictions, but then, like, when the market pushes up, it just seems argumentative, man. It's all good. But just a friendly warning again, 460 before the open wild. Yeah, SPY's rip it up here. Again, SPY up to almost 460. The Q is up to 383. So with the Q being a little bit more tech heavy, it's pushing up more than the SPY is. Yeah, I mean, usually I just kind of ban and move on, but since, again, I think the big short's got a lot of bearish traders just thinking that every year the market's going to crash. And again, I think a lot of those guys are missing out on the biggest edge the market gives you, which is on the upside, but, it's all good. Both sides could be right here. Again, I don't know. So I'm not going to listen to the ECB press conference. They're basically saying the same thing. 25 basis point rate hike. The ECB one's kind of big, but it's not big enough for me to cover. Yeah, definitely top 3, Bob. In Europe, they said they will stop rate hikes, so that's good news. Yeah, that is good news. Yeah, for sure. Over under. We're gonna hit the gladiator, kind of. You know, hit the gladiator. Go cry with Michael Burry shorties. Hey, baby. Again, I like Michael Burry. I think Michael Burry's a smart dude, but I think the problem with Michael Burry at this point in time is that he's just made so many freaking bearish predictions that were wrong that like he's running like 1 in 20. My guy's running like 1 in 20. And so even if we do crash sometime and he predicts it, he's still running 2 in 20 in my eyes, right? And I like Michael Burry, but I think his distrust, I think this is what happened to Michael Burry, right? I think in 2008, he got so much heat, even though he was right about the Big Short. I think Burry got so much heat in 2008 for being right because he made those big bets against the housing market. And he got so much crap for it at the time that has permanently changed his view on everything to where he got so much heat for it. And like, you know, he wants to prove that it's all corrupt, right? But I think once he starts to think that way, it's very hard for him to pivot to the other side, right? It's very hard for him to look at the long side objectively now because he's so biased against the system. And I think that is what spawned all the, you know, crash predictions that he's made over the last 15 years that were just wildly wrong most of the time, you know. And I think the other problem is like there's a bunch of Michael Burry clones out there that just basically want to bet on the next big short, you know. But the problem is that shorts and crashes are incredibly difficult to predict, incredibly difficult. It's not easy to do. And again, running this community every year, I see it. Like I have a very unique view of it because I've been streaming for 7 years. Every year we get a bunch of people telling, if you look at what keywords are trending, 2018 stock market crash, 2019 stock market crash, 2020 stock market crash. And so the constant state of the market is that, you know, there's always a bunch of people that think the market's going to crash. You know, now very rarely do we actually crash. But, you know, I think that's just kind of the natural state of it. Car Guru? Never heard of Car Guru. Stocks feature? What does that mean? What's up, George? Burry needs top step. Speaking of Burry, top step, guys. No, I'm just joking. Is Michael Burry ever bullish? I've never seen him bullish. Honestly, what happened at the Jerome Powell meeting? Not this last one, but this was like 6 or 8 months ago. And again, this is another one where I told people ahead of time that I think Burry could be wrong. But basically, Burry. This was like 6 or 8 months ago. Might have been longer. I can't remember exactly how long. But he basically made a really cryptic tweet. He said, sell, right before the FOMC meeting. So the FOMC meeting comes out and the market just freaking flies up. The market just rips. And then Burry deactivated and deleted his Twitter account. You know, he got so much heat for it. He eventually, like months later, came out and apologized for basically telling everybody to sell ahead of it. And then the market just flew up like 10% over the next couple months. But yeah, point is, a lot of people thought the market was going to crash. And for me, I'm not always bullish. Like I'm not really buying up anything right now. And so I can kind of agree with it to a certain extent. And like, I don't know what the market's going to do, but I can agree that specifically microchips in the tech sector are a little extended on the upside in my honest, you know, very subjective opinion, of course. Burry deletes his account more than he's right. Yeah, I mean, Burry might be profitable with a 1 out of 20 accuracy rate, you know, with a 5% accuracy rate. He might be right with a 5% accuracy rate. Again, I know on the Big Short, you know, he made a lot of money on that. So it doesn't even matter whether he's right or wrong, as long as he's not just betting short on everything. But I think when you're that correct about something that everybody else thought was wrong, I think has to influence his bias, you know. Quant Tower is free money. I'm on Quant Tower right now. This is Quant Tower right here. So this is what I've really been trading on all morning. Is Quant Tower, and it is free, and it's really nice. I actually really like it. This is it right here. I don't know what the math is, man. I don't think Burry's running Scion Capital anymore, so I don't think he runs his fund anymore. Burry was chasing the dragon of the Big Short. Now watch The Big Short. It's a freaking brilliant movie. I love the movie. Burry's a really smart guy, but I think bias creeps into everybody's mind, and I think he is just too short for me. Because again, in my opinion, it talks retail into being too short. Because the best example of this is what happened over the last year with the banks. Um, like as an example, a year ago there was so much bearish, for lack of a better word. I don't even know if it's propaganda because it might be, I don't know, but there were so many bearish predictors a year ago that just said the market was about to, epically crash imminently. They were telling everybody to sell. They were freaking everybody out, and so a lot of retail sold their positions and got scared. And then the market ripped up 40% this year. And who missed out on those gains? Retail. Who made money from these 40% gains? The banks. So I think at a certain point you got to understand, like, the propaganda is not just on one side. It's not just on the long side. It's also on the short side too. They come out and they scare retail out of holding. Say, hey guys, the market's going to crash. The market's going to crash. Watch out. And then retail sells, and then we have one of the hugest pumps in a while. And a lot of traders missed it. Yeah, for sure. I got chopped up in the bank crisis. Yeah, the bank crisis is crazy. Look at Meta, guys. So Meta again, mostly flat. SPY mostly flat too. So I'm trying to see when they're going to send me my account. Let me check. They should be sending it pretty soon. Signed up for the other thing too. Reading the Barron's daily. So Powell didn't rule out another rate hike, but they see moderate rate of growth, suggesting the Fed detects slightly more economic strength than it was. And again, that's coming on the tail of today's GDP data. Bitcoin's still at 29.5K. Everyone bullish? I'm not even super bullish. Again, I think it could be extended right now. I think if you look at the market, it's gone up a lot. And I don't think it necessarily, I think even if we pull back like a heavy correction, I don't think that the market will still look bad. I'll probably buy up if we pull back with like a heavy correction. But for me, again, with microchips and PE ratios flying, I'm just not the most bullish right now. I'm just not buying up a lot of stuff. I'll put it that way. Justin, I'm not sure, man. You got to reach out to them. You could withdraw from it as well. But yeah, that's that type of stuff. You got to just reach out to them, brother. Economy is speeding up. Yeah, the market definitely looks better. Gold definitely in an interesting spot. Yeah, I'm holding gold also. Gold's been at a pretty good, year. But I'm in gold right now. Gold is taking a little turn, short term today. I think we're definitely green for today. Yeah. I mean, the market's definitely up a ton. RTX was another one. All right, GDP today. Do you think gold will break out from all-time highs? Also, guys, y'all check out Moomoo. If you open up an account and deposit at least $100, 5 free stocks. And again, I got like Palantir. If you open up an account, deposit over 1,000, you get 15 free stocks. Open up and deposit over 5K, you get the previous 15 plus Google or Tesla share. I got Tesla. Really useful. Stock and option or stock trades are 0 commission. It's open the entire time of pre-market. One of the reasons I switched to Moomoo here is because it's open at 4 a.m. and I can actually trade at 4 a.m. as opposed to TOS where I can't trade until like 6. And I get up early anyway. And there's also just a lot of really good resources. Like the economic calendar on Moomoo is really, really nice. Again, if I pull this up here, I could go to like, number one, they give you free unusual option activity. Again, I show you guys like the heat maps and the sectors, but they also like this paperfolio section allows you to follow traders, see what their portfolio looks like. You can see how much they're up on the month or the day or total, and see which ones are really up there. And then you can just kind of piggyback off of their trades, if that makes sense. But their economic calendar, again, if I go to calendar right here, and I go to economic data, again, you can kind of see all the big ones. I can select 3-star ratings, which are the biggest ones in North America. So again, you can see all the big releases today. You can see PCE data tomorrow, which is big. You can see on the first, we got JOLTS. We got manufacturing PMI. And so again, Moomoo's pretty good spot. Here's the link. Check it out. Wait, that's top step link. I just posted, my bad. But yeah, Moomoo link's pinned to the top of the chat. Again, you can also check out Top Step. I mean, if you want to actively day trade. But yeah. It's the Moomoo link right there. Let me remove the Top Step link. I didn't mean to push that. All right, guys. So again, if you're just now tuning in, we got funded yesterday. And so I'm pretty pumped about that. Again, a 50K combine funding. We're trying to get funded on 150K combine now. But we did get funded yesterday. I'm pretty pumped about it still. And let's pull up this other one here. 3 chart setup. There it is. All right, guys, bear with me. Pun intended, I guess. All right, so let's look at the PCE data here. So again, there's Tesla. There's JP Morgan, for instance. Here is like Meta, which has been a crazy freaking run today, man. It's pulling back a little bit. It's at 326. Again, it depends on whether you think the market's going to bounce here or not. And again, I really don't know. All right, guys. So again, we are going to try to get funded on our second account today. And we're also sitting tight. Okay, so there's the other one. Got it. Market's dipping down pretty quickly, though. All right, so here's the E-mini. We're going to put the NASDAQ up. I've been trading the NASDAQ much more lately. Better volatility, like more momentum to trade. So if you're like day trading, it's probably the better one. I'm going to buy this dip, though, real quick right now, short term. And I know the market might be extended, but we already have a cushion, I think, on the day. So like we can effectively buy this dip and not worry too much. But again, the goal is to build up a little bit more of a cushion. So we bought the dip. Beautiful pop up. All right, so we just made about $100 just now in about 20 seconds. So we got a little bit of a cushion there. The dip worked. If we pull back more, we'll probably buy the dip again. Look at Tesla right here. Yeah, thanks, Devin. Hey, nice, Justin. Cool, man. I got a cushion too. Yeah, the goal was to build up a cushion first. And then once we have that cushion, we'll swing a little bit heavier. Here, it is hot in here. I don't even have my heater on today, but it is hot. If somebody doesn't quote Nelly, I'm going to become disappointed. All right, guys. So, hey, thank you, Gordon. I appreciate it. All right. All right, so markets keep it balanced. We'll see if me selling was the right move or not. Again, I was in like a little bitty position of the NASDAQ. And again, I don't know what we're going to get here, but hey, what's up, Lurkin Luke? Hey, thank you, Caleb. I got this nice little heater right here, though. Like, this is what I mean when I say heater. You see it? Like, that thing's a heater behind me if you can see my fire. Let me look at the PCE poll we just did. 60% think coming in higher than expected for inflationary data tomorrow. 40% say lower. GDP came in much higher than expected. And again, vote in the chat. We're going to end this debate that we've gotten going on. People get so mad at me. They're like, oh, John, you argue so much. And it's like, dude, like, listen, I'm the only person here on my stream. All right. We're going to talk to the chat. And again, I'm just creating content. Again, it's all good. I appreciate everybody in the chat. Even the arguable, even the people that disagree with me. I'm not going to say I appreciate the guys that argue. But I appreciate some of them despite the arguing. But we're going to finish this. Let's end this. Is the market bullish or bearish for the remaining of the year? Here, that's the question. Answer in chat. And so here's the big question. I want you guys to all answer this in chat. Is the market bullish or bearish for the rest of this year in 2023? Answer in chat. Let me know what you guys think. Yeah, definitely top 3 heaters in the world for sure. All right, so we got a little dip here. I might buy this little pullback. I got one contract at the NASDAQ here. We got a cushion on the day too of about $200, I think, on this account now too. So we could probably add up to 2 contracts here. Bullish, bear, overall bullish. All right, so there's 2 contracts at the NASDAQ. We're tracing back up. Now green, flat, slightly green. All right, we just cut half of it on that little retracement back up. We got 1 contract left that we could try to be loose on. A lot of the time I'm like, yeah, we got to be loose on it, and then I just sell it within 5 seconds. Now let's see if we get this pop. All right, again, let's look at the chat. We got bullish. Bull, bull, bear, bull, bull, bear. Bull. 60% bearish. All right, so we're dipping down. We're probably a little bit close to flat on this position now because we already took profit on the upside once, and now we're red on the remainder. So closer to flat now on this position. But green on the day nonetheless, despite this position here. I don't want to get stopped out. I could add some more. But very wicky movement. We still got about 30 minutes left until the opening bell. There we go. That's better. I like the pop up. There we go. Nice green. All right, so we just cut that up. We are up about. No, we're up. We just made another $75 on the trader. So no idea, but I went bearish. right, so we got 2 green trades on the NASDAQ, and this is why I like the NASDAQ a little bit more, because it's just more volatile, in all honesty. I appreciate the opposing views. Living in an echo chamber is not smart. Yeah, for sure. But again, y'all got to understand my bias. And again, my bias is mostly like, okay, I see some people that take that basically say we're going to hit a recession, or they basically say, hey, and again, it's probably better just not talk about it. But, I think at a certain point when you see that, and then the market does the opposite, and then, you know what I mean? It's just, I don't know. We're way overextended. I agree. We're kind of extended on the upside. Here's a little pullback on the NASDAQ. I don't know if I should buy this or not. I think I probably can. Short term. See if we get a little retracement back to the top of the range. Might be a bear in a bull costume, maybe. All right, so there's a nice little surge back up here. A little early to celebrate on this one yet, though, but that's not a bad looking move. There we go. All right, so now we're nicely green in this one, too. We're up about $50. I could add some more, which I think I might. No, maybe I don't need to. I'm going to go ahead and cut that there. All right, so we're up over 200 on the day now, which is good. At least expected. Yeah, the market's very contrarian. It kind of tends to go the other way sometimes on what people expect. All right, so we've had 3 out of 3 NASDAQ green trades so far on this. 25 minutes until the opening bell, though. It really depends on how you look at the market, I think, to be honest. Like, if you look at a broader, longer-term chart. Let me make sure. ECB still doing their press conference. Got a little pullback here, so if we're attacking the short-term shit, it might be fine. All right, man, look at the NASDAQ just pump right now, just pumping up here. Now, a little too extended for me to buy this dip. Here's Tesla. Yeah, I mean, I think inflation has consistently gotten better. Bitcoin not impressed. Yeah, Bitcoin's mostly been flat, man. It's been pretty much sideways this whole time. Yeah, again, I'm mostly attacking trends, and one of the things that got me funded was specifically attacking trends. So attacking trends has been very good to me so far, especially on like the Nasdaq and the E-mini. I've mostly just been attacking trends. I've been looking for trends to form, waiting for them to form, and then attacking it, whether they're really short term or whether they're really long term. You know, you zoom out, you got a pretty consistent long-term trend in like the Nasdaq, for instance, right? Like this morning in a couple of these accounts, we took this trend and made money on this specific trend right here. And so you're going to get little segments of time where the nice trends form like this. And again, the job is to just kind of attack it while it's there. They're not going to hold too long, but you'll get like, for instance, this was between 3 and 7 a.m. my time. So 4 a.m. to 8 a.m. market time. It's been in the same trend. And so essentially what you want to do is just kind of wait to get these little pivot pullbacks here. You know, here, maybe here, and then just attack at the top of the range, wait until it gets higher than that, sell at the top, you know. Everybody always tries to trade reversals, but the better move is just to attack trends. That's going to be the more consistent thing. What is this? Chipotle same store sales week. I like Chipotle. I mean, I listened yesterday. We streamed the whole thing. Honestly, I'm kind of burnt out too. That might make me a little bit more grumpy. You know, if you look at how much we've really been streaming here, like check it out. Like, look, we've been streaming for we've just been streaming for a lot. Y'all help me hit the subscribe button, guys. Again, this week we should break 112,000 subscribers, which is really nice, man. It's really fun. But yeah, like if you look at my channel, if you look at my channel, yesterday, for instance, yesterday we streamed for 10 hours. We started streaming yesterday morning, continued, and our views have been great. Like yesterday, we got like 32,000 hits for that stream, you know. But I'm tired, man. I've been streaming for a long time. I'm gonna enjoy the day today. Today we actually don't have any evening earnings that I need to cover. Like we got Intel, and I might talk about Intel and stuff, but I don't have to cover it. So I'm gonna take the afternoon off and just kind of relax a little bit. Sorry, and again, give your boy a follow on Twitter if you have not already, guys. We have been growing our Twitter up. We have been growing our our X account up. So yeah, we got McDonald's, Southwest, well, Royal Caribbean dropped theirs. They did an EPS beat. EPS and revenue, I think, beat. Again, we had MasterCard drop theirs this morning also. Crocs. Honestly, what happened to Crocs, bro? Like a few years ago, Crocs were like a gag gift that you'd get people. Now they're Hertz dropped theirs too. Hertz beat EPS in sales, but they used to be like a gag gift. Now they're like freaking $70 for a freaking pair, you know. So now Crocs are like this big brand of shoes now, which is kind of interesting. I kind of like Crocs. They're actually kind of comfortable. And again, if you want to follow me on Twitter, we kind of posted a recap of today's earnings. So again, hit the follow button, hit the subscribe button. We appreciate it. Well, this trend is done. I mean, I don't think this trend is still there. I think this trend broke a while ago. You know, it's actually wider now. So like, yeah, here's the previous trend. It's kind of broke. I mean, you could call it a ascending wedge or something like that, or an expanding wedge. But for me, I don't really like trading wedges like that. I like trends, and that's it. I don't really, if the top or bottom of the trend line is ascending or descending, I don't really like it. I just like to find steady trends. It's like sideways trends, horizontal trends, if that makes sense. I don't really want like triangles. Like I don't really want something that looks like this, you know. You know what I mean? Like that's not what I want. I want instead something that's just flat like this. You know, that's what I want. And so you can kind of see that here. It might be a bad drawing, but that's what I'm looking for. All right, guys. So again, we're kind of sideways here. Let's see Google. All right, guys. So we're still in the sideways trend. Meta started to bounce back up. It's at 327. Still got about 14 minutes left until the market opens, guys. 14 minutes. I like using anywhere between 5-minute and 1-minute short term for day trading. Crocs became a fashion brand. Yeah. I mean, we talked about the idiocracy part. You know, that was always fun. But Idiocracy used Crocs in their film because they could never imagine people would actually wear them legitimately. And here we are 15 years later, everybody's wearing Crocs. Again, SPY testing highs here, market testing highs here. NASDAQ still flying up here. Look at that. Wow. Big move here, man. Yeah, I guess I'm waiting for them to email me my my funded program. I'm waiting for it. Here it is. Still pumping up, testing these highs, man. Got a little dip here ahead of it. I'm going to go ahead and take the risk and buy a little baby NASDAQ trade, seeing if we push back up. A lot of the time I don't like buying high of the day breakouts, but I don't mind buying after we test high of the days and pull back a little bit. But we already have a cushion of $200. So, we got some room to trade. We still got 11 minutes before the opening bell, and we're about flat on the position so far. Meta's still dipping down, though. That's something that will influence blue chips. There's a little dip afterwards, starting to try to push up a little bit. We're up 30 already, 40. And now we're pulling it back down to break even here. Big pullback here. I'm going to cut this fast if it breaks down because it was kind of a head fake. All right, we're back to green. I like the down wick actually right here. There's 2 contracts we just bought in. I like that down wick, to be honest. If we can get a big pop up quickly and take profits, it's great. If not, again, we already have $200 cushion on the day. Yeah, Intel earnings are this evening. I'm probably not going to stream them. It's not a big enough company to take the time to do it, but it'll be relevant for microchips for sure. Again, with GDP data, jobless claims data, all that stuff dropping this morning. All right, again, slightly green now. Oh, dude, I accidentally took both off. I didn't mean to. Ah, dude, that sucks. I mean, we just made, $75, but that sucks. I didn't want to take all of it off. I wanted to keep a little piece, but it's all right. Again, we're up a little bit under 300 on the day now, which is great. We got a nice cushion heading into the day, but definitely a little disappointed there. See, and it kept ripping up too, so I should have held it, but again, all good, man. It happens. Time for Intel earnings. Intel earnings are this evening. Oh, idiocracy? Yeah. Honestly, they have an argument. What's up, Tiny? Good morning. Good morning. Yeah, they have an argument. I actually like Crocs. My son loves Crocs. And the reason they're useful shoes, the reason they're successful is simple. They're comfortable, they're durable, and they slip on very easily. And your feet are somewhat safe without the weight of real shoes, right? So they're not as heavy as real shoes. They slip on easily. They're very difficult to break or stain, and they protect your feet. That's all you can really ask for in a shoe, I guess. They might be super ugly, but hey, that's all you can really ask for, right? All right, and again, market is still pumping up a little bit leading into this stuff today. So the market's still pushing up some leading into the open today, guys. We'll see if we continue. Will Conor McGregor fight? What's his name? Who's the wrestler that came over from Bellator? Michael Chandler. Will Conor fight Chandler this year? I don't think he will. I think with USADA, he's already too late, but I hope he does. Again, we'll see what happens, guys. We got 7 minutes left here. 7 minutes left until the market opens. Again, here's my graph from the past combine here, guys. So if you guys want to see my graph on the past combine, this is the profit that we made on it. So this is the past combine that we had. Here's the profit graph. We ran 71% daily accuracy. We started at June 11th, passed it by June 26th. So about 2 weeks as it took. First day we made 670. Next day we lost 260. Next day we made 445. Next day we made 750. Next day we lost 160. Next day we made 800. Next day we made about 1,000. So you love to see it. That's our past combine here. I would show you the graph, but I can't. It's no longer there anymore. But the graph is pretty too. We showed it yesterday on stream. Or are Uggs even cool anymore? ECB didn't destroy the market. Yeah, it'll be a good fight for sure, Tony. All right, so fairly large pullback here ahead of the opening bell. I could buy this dip. All right, we got one contract short or long. I'm sorry, we bought the dip. You just want to look for a little elastic bounce, and we got it. About a 5-second trade right there. All right, so again, we're up about 300 on the day. No losses yet in this account so far. Yeah, it definitely was top 3 graphs I've ever seen ever in the world, ever, for sure. Did I say ever? You know, it's somewhere up there. Again, Conor's juicing. That's just the obvious thing. Like, Conor's just on that juice, you know? You seen that guy's neck? Man, his neck is just thick. And so the problem with Conor is whether he can get clean or not. He's big, he's swole right now, but will Conor get clean? I don't know. That's a different story completely. I don't know if he is or not, man. In terms of being a financial advisor, what's the pros and cons of that? Like, I would become a licensed financial advisor, but like, aren't there more restrictions for me, like talking? Like, wouldn't I have to be more careful with my words and stuff like this? Do you just have to pass an exam? Or do you need an actual degree to get it? Yeah. Who's your favorite UFC fighter? Right now? Sean O'Malley, maybe? I know a lot of people hate him, but he's just fun to freaking watch, man. Also, Hiri Prakaska is fun. Islam's fun to watch for sure. Man, there's a bunch of them. I like Izzy. Israel's fun to watch for sure. Yeah, I mean a CMT is different though, Zeus. Like CMT is not the same as like a financial advisor. Like a CMT is pure technicals, right? So like you could get your CMT, but it's not going to be like as respected as like a financial advisor. You know, CMT is technicals, and then there's a lot of argument about what the validity of technicals are. I guess the point is like, from what I've heard, I don't know how much getting your CMT designation is going to actually help getting jobs, unless it's like really specific jobs, which might be harder. I'm not sure. Again, I really don't know. It's a designation, so I don't know if it'll hurt. But I've heard a lot of people judge against people who spent the time to get their CMTs. But again, I might be wrong. I don't know. Chat, you guys can give me your explanation of that. Yeah, the Patty Pimlet's fun for sure. Yeah. Yeah, BK, he's fun to watch too. He's a beast too, man. I think he'll be champ soon. Yeah, 294 is gonna be fun. I'm definitely watching that. Definitely watching that. All right, so again, we could have held that little dip buy we got into, but we got a nice cushion on the day. We're gonna take some swings at the opening bell. Again, we get another $1,000 today, or we get another $700 basically today in this account. We are funded in 2 accounts in 2 days. And then the last one I'm going to go with is the 50K one. All right, guys, there's the open. Market's pushing up a little bit, but it's still kind of stagnant here, I would say. Tesla dipping down a little bit at the opening bell. So is Meta here. So watching the market move on the NASDAQ. Again, I'm going to let things settle first before I take any trades here specifically. And again, we're on Top Step. So if you haven't already, check out Top Step. It's a funded futures program where they give you a demo. They test your skill. If you can hit the target on the demo while following their rules, they fund you between $50,000 up to $150K with a 90% split. Again, we did get funded yesterday, trying to get funded again today. And again, just a reasonable way. It's like if you want to actively day trade, but you don't have the equity, Top Step's where you want to go, in my opinion. Again, it's biased because they're a sponsor of mine and they pay me money. But like Top Step, it ultimately allows you to have limited risk. You're risking $49, so much less than you would be risking if you put the money up yourself, where you could potentially lose thousands. But if you pass the combine, the rewards are very similar. So like 90% split, you get to keep your first 10K in profit. In my opinion, that's a very reasonable thing, and it limits your risk but gives you a lot of the same reward. And most day traders lose money. And I think most people are going to fail the challenge. But I think over time, if you're good enough, you can pass it. And I think realistically, it's just the cheaper way to get exposure to day trading without taking on the risks. And you can day trade the S&P, the NASDAQ, currencies, gold, silver. And I think that's very, I think most pro day traders trade futures, better liquidity. I have Quant Tower, which is my favorite. Quant Tower is really nice. This is Quant Tower here. I've tried Trade-A-Bait. Trade-A-Bait's good. I like Quant Tower better. And again, they are a sponsor of mine. I'm biased, but if you want to check them out, link is in the description. And the link is also in the chat right there. I mean, ETH, or Lou, or whoever you are, you're mostly just coming out critical of Top Step. Every post you've made has been critical of them. And so number one is I'm going to tread very lightly with any of your comments moving forward, because it seems like you might just be kind of sitting back waiting to criticize. You seem like you're pretty familiar with funded programs. So what's the purpose of asking that question? Number one. Number two is like, it's not a waste of $49 because like, think about it like this. If most day traders lose money, it's not just Top Step, it's most day traders lose money. I'm not talking bad about Top Step. I'm saying most day traders lose. And so in that regard, you can either put up 5K yourself and lose that in the beginning, which a lot of traders do. And markets rip it up right now. Look at Meta dip. So you can either put the money up yourself and lose thousands potentially, or you can have limited risk on Top Step for $49. And I think the choice is obvious because if you can pass it, you're going to get the same returns. I'm not going to say you're going to get the same returns, but if you pass it, the reward is a lot of the same, where like you get 90% split. Nvidia take it off? Is it really? Yeah, I was in that SOXS short a couple days ago, and I ended up cutting it. And it looks like it was a good move to cut it. Nvidia is flying. I was dragging the Nasdaq up with us. Look at Tesla run up to Tesla at 268.70s. Yeah, but I mean, again, for $49, I think the risk there versus what you would be risking if you put the money up yourself to try to day trade futures, where like to day trade futures, you need like 5 or 10K. That's a lot. Okay, so yeah, I'm looking at the chat log. So basically, you criticized me for not allowing free speech. You said America and got mad at me if I banned people. You said Apex was better than Top Step. You said if most people fail, isn't it a waste of my money? And then you said I worded it wrong. And so, yeah, good day to you. Good day to you, kind sir. NASDAQ, pop it up. Rip it up a little bit. I can pull the receipts, man. If y'all are going to be a hater, I'm just going to ban you. But the market's ripping up, mostly from NVIDIA right now. Again, NVIDIA tapped 468, but it had a brutal pullback afterwards. So that's kind of what you might look for now. It depends. Meta's breaking all the way down under 322, 321s right now. NASDAQ's still pushing up mostly from Tesla. Yeah, I'm just going to ban them and move on. If they're just sitting around waiting to critique everything I say, good day to you. RTX is ripping up a little bit, and that's after a big pullback the last few days. So RTX, guys, is up to 8130s. 8130s. Nah, they're already blocked. Hey, what's up, Stance? All right, so we've had nothing but green candles since the opening bell. Again, NVIDIA at 468s. 468s. Again, big surge for NVIDIA. That's what's dragging the market up. It's a little too extended for me. Maybe if we pull back some. I got a $300 cushion on the day. And so, but I need to wait for a high edge situation before I take that risk. And so we'll see if we get something good, but yeah. Yeah, I just think I'm lacking patience today, man. Again, yesterday I streamed for like 10 hours. And so I don't have patience for the trolls today. So like, I'm just going to ban them and move on and not, probably talking about it a little bit too much. But hey, when you stream for 4 hours every day, you're going to have good days and bad days. And it's all good. It happens. It's all love here. I appreciate the chat. 468s right now for NVIDIA, 468s. We'll see if it continues up. Let's see if it tries. So I got funded yesterday, one of my accounts, Mo. My win to loss ratio was 4 to 1. It was 3.6 or 3.7 to 1 is what it was. But again, that's just one of my accounts. I'm not claiming to run that consistently, of course. But that's just what it was in the one account I got funded. Yeah, Meta, man. Honestly, Meta's down to 320s. I think there might be an argument to dip by. The only problem is for Meta is that it's gone up so much over the last like 7 months. It's gone from like $100 in the last year and a half to 330s, which is a crazy huge increase. And for me, yeah, honestly, I'm just tired, bro. I've been streaming for hours. I just don't have the patience for the trolls today. Again, I think a lot of them are probably the same person, just creating alt accounts and like, you know, it is what it is. If that's how they want to spend their life, I mean, it's all good, you know, but I'll do my best to ignore them from now on. Meta forward PE is 20 still. That's still pretty solid. I mean, a 20 PE is pretty good. Q going for 385s. Yeah, the Q is a little bit more tech heavy. So like Nvidia ramping up still at 467s. Right now the Q at 383s, 384s. I need a pullback before I'm going to buy anything. I think the Tesla chart is frozen. Yeah, there it goes. The Tesla is a little frozen. And if I'm engaging with the trolls too much today, guys, my apologies. I'll do my best to ignore them now. Yeah, way more, man. It's just been flying up. Southwest airline earnings. Southwest dropped theirs. I posted them earlier. The EPS of 108. I think they came in line with estimates, I think, for Southwest. All right, so we got a little red candle. We're starting to bounce up a little bit more. Q still testing highs, mostly with the market as well. All right, so again, NASDAQ popping up, NVIDIA testing highs. That's kind of dragging stuff up too. Market's flying up again, up a little bit too much for me to buy it again. We already got a nice cushion. I need to find a high edge spot, and so while the market's pushing up a lot right now, I just don't know if I trust it enough. Interesting stream today. Angry Bears, trolls, and even a flat earther. Yeah, man. Hey, again, I try to always make content out of it. Sometimes drama can help, but again, it's one of those days where I'm just not in the mood, man. Again, yesterday we streamed for 11 hours, so I'm just tired. Been up since 4 a.m. this morning too. So again, like I said, I spend 4 hours a day, and I have for the last few years. And so we're gonna get good days, bad days. I'm not perfect. In the end, I know one thing is that the trolls troll because they want to beat me. Is what it really is. No matter what they convince themselves. Because I'm just the greatest stock predictor in the world. You know, humility flows through me like water. You know, top 3 most handsome men in the world is John from Beginner Trading, Brad Pitt, and whoever else y'all want to say. Pee Wee Herman. I'm going to do a poll. I'm going to ask if I'm the number 1 stock trader or the number 1.5 stock trader in the world. All right, so NVIDIA still pumping up. It's at 468.70s. 468.70s. We're at 384.30s for the Q. Hey, thanks, Santiago. I appreciate it, brother. Thank you, man. I don't know. I don't know enough about RTX. Yeah, that's right. The Pee Wee Herman of trading, John. Q at 384s. Just don't let me in a movie theater, you know. AMC might go down. But the Q is at 384.20s. Some of y'all are too young to understand that joke. Nvidia at 468.50s. They hate us because they ain't us, cow. Gold breaking down a little bit. Market's mostly pumping up. What does TNA track? Small caps? Bullish? What small caps does it track, though? I mean, I guess it's not really a shock that, like, an ETF that tracks small caps on the upside is down over the life of it. It's not really a shock, I guess. Most small caps fail. If you want to know proof most small caps fail, look at this chart. Unless I'm wrong about the direction of it, but there's the long-term chart. No, I'm not doing ENPH earnings today, man. Sorry, bro. It's just not a big enough company. It's and again, I got to manage my time. I'm tired. I really am. Again, we streamed for 10 hours yesterday straight, and so I'm not going to stream. It's not obscure company. I would say it's still probably considered a blue chip, but it's just not big enough to stream. It's not going to be worth it, unfortunately, brother. Sorry, man. So the Nasdaq is going to be one big green candle today. I don't know, man. It looks like it. Honestly, if this is a 15-minute chart, it's one big green candle. Let's look at it. Here's the market open candle. Here's the Nasdaq since the opening bell, and it's still testing highs up there too. I know, I appreciate it, Wilfredo, but it's just I just can't do it, bro. I don't have enough time, man. I got to visit with my family too. We only got a little bit of summer left before my kids start school, so I got to hang out with them. I've been streaming a lot. I mean, got to chill with the fam sometimes. Nvidia dipping down is at 467s right now, 467s. And again, if you haven't already, check out Chart Prime, man. Chart Prime, trading view indicator service. You can use it in stocks, crypto, Forex, futures. Incredibly useful. And again, you can use it in stocks, crypto, Forex, futures. I did use it some to get funded in my account for sure. So I did use it some to get funded in my account. You can kind of see why. Again, it gives you custom alerts and signals. So it'll give you like reversal signals. My favorite one is the Market Oracle Pro, but like you can put up like chart patterns, you can put up oscillators, smart money concepts, dynamics, all this good stuff to see like support or resistance here. Like here's the right side. And so you can kind of see sell signals, triangles, like support or resistance, smart money concepts, oscillators, rising wedges. There's just so much stuff that they offer. Again, my favorite is the Market Oracle Pro though, because like you could look at this right here and see how accurate this can be. Again, strong buy signal here, huge bounce, sell signal here, drops, sell signal here. That one was wrong. Strong buy signal here, bounce, strong buy signal here, bounce, sell signal drops, big strong buy signal here. Look at that huge run. And so it's really good at like calling tops and bottoms. And again, you can use this on any time frame, stocks, crypto, Forex, futures. You could also use like the regular Market Oracle. And again, they're a sponsor of mine, guys, so I'm certainly biased. But like you use the regular Market Oracle, and I think it can just be really powerful, to be honest. Like these call reversals. So like if you pull this up, you can kind of see different reversal calls. And again, if you zoom in, my favorite edge is the 5-minute chart. And again, I can't guarantee you're going to make money all the time. But like, look at this, for instance, reversal down over the next 15 minutes, you got drops. Reversal up over the next like hour, you got bounces. That bearish engulfing candle called the exact top. Reversal up for the next 30 minutes, you got bounces. Reversal up for the next hour, you got bounces. Now, of course, like this one was wrong. This one was right. For the next 20 minutes, you got drops. And so again, that's like what, 1 out of 6 that were wrong. Again, I can't guarantee you're going to make money, but again, you can use it on an hourly chart if you like long-term trades or investing. Just a lot of reasons to use it. And it's like $35 a month. But again, I'm biased. They're a sponsor of mine. So, you know. Yeah, man, this year went by quick, man. This summer went by so fast, man. Because again, I mean, I was in Michigan for a month. It's just been a long summer. It's been a short summer, but a long summer. Like I've been traveling so much. I went to Florida, I went to Michigan. We finally got back. My in-laws have been here for like a month and a half, and I'm just tired. My in-laws are great, but like, you gotta have that break every now and then. All right, so big pullback in the NASDAQ here. Is it time to buy the dip? I think I'm going to buy this little small dip here, but it's a very volatile dip. Whoa. And we do have pending home sales coming out pretty soon today. I got to get ready to cut this. This might turn. Now it's looking a little bit better. I definitely don't like this, though. We break the low, I'm going to cut it. We got a cushion on the day, so I can take that cushion swing, actually, right now. All right, 2 contracts at the NASDAQ long. Again, we can take this risk. All right, so NASDAQ coming back up after the dip. Again, we're about flat right now. We just tapped our flat level. Again, we got a cushion of $300 in the day, so we're down 65. There we go. Nice green. All right, we just took half off there. Up another 100 on the rest. All right, we're out. All right, guys. So we are halfway there to getting funded on our second account today. Halfway there. We have no losses on this account so far. We are up about 440 on the day. About halfway there. We still need another like $600 or $700 gross to hit that. And so we're close, but big bounce up on the NASDAQ. Again, buying those extended dips. NVIDIA still breaking highs too. All right, so here's the thing, right? So we got a big cushion on the day, a very big cushion, right? We got a large cushion on the day now. We have had no losses. And so what we can ultimately do now is buy a dip, and I'm going to buy this dip right here. And we're going to add to maybe 3 contracts. Try to get funded right here. Right, there's 3 contracts. We'll add 1 more, maybe get 4. Ooh, that's a nasty drop. Ooh, that's a nasty drop. But again, we're flat on the trade now. Let's see if it holds support at the bottom of this. All right, so 4 contracts. Almost flat right now. Almost flat. Trying to bounce. Yeah, I'm right in the middle of the trade right now, though, baby. It's in the car. Carol with the worst timing ever, man. Had me nervous. Again, this is a big side. I mean, we're flat now. We're almost green on the trade now. Come on, NASDAQ. Don't get tired. No, don't get tired. Again, we could probably add 1 more contract to this if we really wanted to, but that's not good. Again, the good thing about building up a cushion is we're still green on the day right now, despite the volatility that this trade gives us. So it's a little bit less stressful. All right, let's pop up. Come on. So I do small little scalps, or should I just... I don't know if I should do small scalps or just go big. I mean, I got a cushion on the day, so we could... Don't do it. Don't you do it. Don't you turn around. I turned around. All right, we got 1 more contract. Nervous on this one. All right, let's get a little pop up here. Come on, there we go. I gotta liquidate some of this if I can. All right, we just took 3 contracts off of that. Just locked it in because we needed to. And that limits the risk here. We got to have some risk management there. And like, I don't want to just swing so hard in case it does break down that I get back all the cushion on the day. We're still green on the day now too. And so I think that'll protect us a little bit more, and I can try to be a little bit more loose on the rest of this. Big pump. Let me see if this thing keeps going. I could also add some size back if I want to take more risk with the cushion that I have on the day now. All right, we just took half off, locked in some more profit there. The trade would have worked, so if we could have just stayed in it. See, we add back on this little pullback. I took another half off there. All right, so we just cut it. So now we are up about $700 on the day. 700. We need about, I would say we need about $400 net to finish this. And so we get a little pullback dip attacking this bullish trend. We will take it. I'm going to add one contract here. Again, I would say we need about $400 net. And so we'll add to a little dip here with a very large cushion on the day. We got a nice little upward movement. Again, what I'll probably do is add to this position now that I'm really green in it, since I can. Because like we start to break highs, which we're right around. All right, there's two contracts. All right, so we took our first add there. And again, we'll add up to 4. That's a big drop there too. There's 3 contracts. We'll add a couple more here, but all right, so there's 5. We're in 5. We're in max. No, don't break down. It's such big size that like even though, all right, retracing back up a little bit. I like this downwick. This downwick looks great for like bullish action right now, but you never know, to be honest. Maybe we should have waited to take full size on this one. I'd love NVIDIA to start making its move up too. No, don't do this. Well, it's not looking that good. I mean, again, we're almost funded on this account anyway, so even if we hit our $1,000 max loss, we're still going to be around halfway done. So, yeah, there we go. We hit it. All right, man. We got so close, man. We got 700. That's the thing. Like, if you really want to get funded quickly, you got to push it. You got to push it, and that's all right. Like, we took our risk. We had a beautiful trend up until the point where we didn't, and it's all good. No. Yeah, there's no PDT in futures. You can day trade and short. You know what I mean? But no, it's all good, guys. And again, if you want to try these challenges with me, we got funded yesterday, to put it into perspective, right? So this is trying to get funded account number 2. We also got a 50K combine that we're trying. But yeah, just a big drop. And this big drop is probably from other longs like me getting squeezed out too, you know? But again, we already got funded in one account yesterday. We're just we got a couple different ones we're just playing with today. So it's all good, guys. We'll see if we get another one in. Let me figure out. What's the other one called? Let's see. Okay. All right, sorry. Here, I'm pulling my other account up here. Here you go. And again, I kind of like the dip, but again, that's kind of how quickly the Nasdaq can go against you. And on this account, we already got a couple $100 cushion too. The goal is to end the week with 2 funded accounts. So we got one. We want another one now too, because you can get up to 3. And so I'd ideally like 250K and 150K funded accounts. So like, but that's ideally. I'm not saying we're gonna hit it, but we got to take some risks to do it. And again, now's the time to do it. With I think Michael, the CEO, came to my FOMC stream and hung out with us a little bit yesterday. He said, I think he said the sales ending over after this weekend. So if that's the case, now's the time to swing, because it stays 49 for the life of the subscription. And so. All right, scaling out of this one too. So yeah, we're about 3 in this one now too. Oh, might give it right back. There's a huge pop. Oh, pending home sales, man. I forgot pending home sales. Oh no, that's bad. Pending home sales today. I completely forgot about that. Pending home sales just showed up at 0.3% gain versus minus 0.5% loss. Might actually be good for me here though. There we go. I'm gonna limit my risk and cut a piece of that just to lock it in. Take another piece off there just to lock it in. So pending home sales came in at 0.3 versus 0.3 versus minus 0.5 expected. So pending home sales actually came in better than expected. More homes being sold than expected here. Meta popping up a little bit on this. All right, so we just made another 100. We're up about 4 on the day now. Hey, thank you, Andrew. Shout out to you, man. Thank you so much. Oh, yeah, if you want to check out Top Step, again, here's the link. If you want to be a part of this funded program with me. Really useful. Again, just limit your risk, but you have a lot of the rewards. There's the link right there if you want to check it out. We still got this little upward trend here. How you guys doing today? I mean, again, we lost a little bit on one of our funded accounts, but in that account we were already up thousands, and so we're pretty close actually. baby dip. I'll take one position there just to see if we continue that trend, and then maybe play a little around with it more. Oh, crap. I did the wrong thing. Oh man, I look the other way and I'm down. Yeah, that looks pretty bearish. I'm gonna go ahead and cut that. So we're actually still green on this account. We're only up about $70 though. And again, I'm kind of multitasking. It's probably not the right time to do this. But it's all good. We got funded in 1 yesterday. We'll try to finish it out tomorrow and see if we get funded in 2. Big retracement back up too. Again, we're also going to be doing a crypto show today. Let me see. $5.50 on the day. Apple 197. Jerome's tears. Lots of consolidation. Yeah. All right, so GDP data came out. Didn't really get like a huge heavy reaction from this data. Also, we're going to do a crypto show today. As soon as we do this crypto show, guys, I want you to hit the subscribe button if you haven't already, guys. Hit the notification bell. All right, so market's still dipping a little bit. We're almost there here, guys. Bear with me. Market's still breaking down a little bit. All right, so yeah, we're going to be talking about, again, as soon as we close this stream right now, we're going to bring you over to the crypto show. And so again, I'll see you guys over there. Y'all be safe. We'll be back tomorrow. Remember, tomorrow we got the PCE, the personal consumption expenditure data tomorrow. So that's very relevant for inflation. The market's showing resiliency and recession worries and fears. And so again, today we are doing all right. You know, mostly been brought upon by Meta and some other stocks, mostly in an upward trend still. And we've been kind of this way for a while, but Meta's ripping up. You can kind of see the long-term NASDAQ trend over the past week. And so again, we'll see what we get, anything good. And yeah, I'll see you guys over there. And again, don't go anywhere. If it doesn't bring you to the show for whatever reason, like if somehow it doesn't bring you to the crypto show, which it should, here's the link. Check it out. But yeah, we're going to end now. Again, if you want to check out Top Step, try to get funded with me. Link is in the description. Check out Moo. Check out Chart Prime. Love you all. Y'all be safe. Y'all be good. I'll see you guys later. And again, we're going to go ahead and start this show now.